Council, the work session regarding 2018 audit. The final audit is not yet ready. Mr. Heeman from Chadwick, Steinberger, and Davis will not be here. The audit must be filed with the state by July 31st. However, we can request an extension. So the intent at this point is when we get to that item on the agenda, we will discuss and vote on the request of an extension. With those two changes, and also too, Clerk Burgess has advised me that we still does not have the July 9th minutes ready. So in terms of the consent agenda, the only two items on the consent agenda is June 24th and June 25th. So those changes, we entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda presented with the changes mentioned.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion from the board? Anything from the public? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Next item on the agenda is announcements. I do not have any announcements per se. I have been informed that both Trustee Hart and Trustee Newsom will be out of town on August 13th. And we have a number of things that need to be addressed on August 13th. So I want to make sure that we are going to have a quorum. Are there any other board members that would not be able to attend on August 13th?
Mr. Mayor, I'm wondering, I'd like to be around for that annexation hearing for Stoll. Can we bump it back 2 weeks? Back on the 27th.
It has already been noticed in the newspaper.
So, the bottom line is, everyone else needs to make sure that they get here on August 13th. Visitors, we have a couple scheduled visitors. Like I said, first, the scheduled visitor was Lisa Heeman, Chadwick, Steinberger, and Davis. She is not present, but we do need to address the issues of the audit. I have been handed a request for extension of time to file the audit. The extension is for 30 days, and so I would entertain a motion to authorize the request for an extension.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we authorize the request for extension.
We have a second. Any discussion from the board? Anything from the public? Hearing nothing, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. And I will sign the request anyway. Okay, we will move forward with our next scheduled guest. Our second scheduled guest is Elise Ackerman Castleberry, the Director of Planning and Economic Development for Delta County. She's here to discuss the county land use plan and the opportunity zone plan. So, Ms. Ackerman Castleberry, please.
Thank you for making some time for me. I've got two items.
Turn your
I've got two items for you this evening. Is there an order on the agenda?
No.
Okay,
Take them whichever way you wish.
great. I'm gonna hand these out to you so you can read on your spare time. As you know, the county has been in the process of updating our land use regulations. What I'm passing out to you right now is what we're calling our concept plan. So this really begins to lay out the framework and the ideas, the issues that we're trying to address through our land use code update. It discusses a proposed approach to zoning for Delta County. And really it's just that high 30,000 foot level framework for what our land use approach could look like moving forward. We rolled this out to the community, in 2 county meetings, one in Delta, one in Hotchkiss last month, at the end of June and at the beginning of July of this month, and have been taking public comment. All in all, the comments we've received so far have been not negative, I suppose that's the best way of saying it. Lots of questions. People have questions, and we're in the process of trying to get enough detail put together that we can start responding to those questions that come our way. What I wanted to really send home to you tonight is we've been talking that we're going to reach a point in time when it's really time to sit down and look at our IGA and dust that off and start really digging back into it. And I think we're there. I think we're ready. We need to start thinking about getting together and having that conversation. I think some of the land use things happening in and around the town of Paonia help highlight the importance of doing that sooner than later. So I don't know if everybody has a copy of the Highway 133 plan or the IGA, but that's something we should all be dusting off and looking at, and then looking at in context of where we start heading with the land use code. So we are proposing a zoning structure for the county. In the portion of this document that I handed out to you, there's a table, and there are 5 or 6 categories in that table that are proposed zoning districts. And one of those is UGA, urban growth areas. And that is the one we should really zero in on and look at and start thinking about. Right now, we've just got a generic UGA to cover the whole county, but we've had internal conversations that there might need to be a Paonia UGA, a Zebra UGA, et cetera. There might need to be nuances in each of those. And I think the 133 plan is a good starting point for all of us to look at, have a conversation about whether or not that's still addressing the things we wanted to address, and then look at the ideas that we're coming up with to see if they conform with the 133 plan or not, or if we feel we need to make changes. But it is time for that conversation. So I'll be reaching out to Ken to figure out the best way. We've discussed getting our planning commissions together, and we can certainly do that, but I think we need an elected official to elected official conversation that's very direct, very straightforward, some sort of work session type conversation. So we'd really like to see about scheduling that sometime in the next 45 to 60 days as we move into the fall here. So that was my primary update there that I wanted on the land use. I do want to point out though in those IGAs, I know we have been getting a lot of questions about IGAs and what they say. I reread through them today. I reread through the Highway 133 plan. And I think it's really important to know that the IGAs are about coordination and collaboration. That's what they're about. If the town decides that they want to annex unincorporated land within Delta County and your urban growth area, it's your prerogative to do that. It's your statutory authority to do that. And the county doesn't get to stop you from doing that, but we get to work with you in making sure that happens in the best way possible. And vice versa, if development comes to the county and it's determined that the county is going to process it, the county follows their processes in doing that. So the IGAs are about how we work together in our respective land use processes. And I think it's important for us to work to help understand that, because I know there's been a lot of confusion about that. We've been receiving a lot of questions and true too. So, any questions on land use?
Question 4.
Great. The real reason I'm here tonight is to ask you for money. So, here we are. We have a group from around the county that's been getting together. So, how many of you are familiar with the opportunity zone designations? Okay, a couple of you. So, and I know Mary's attended a few of our meetings, Karen's attended a couple, Ken's been at a few. So, opportunity zones were established by the federal government in the tax overhaul legislation that happened in 2017, in December of 2017. And last year, in 2018, the state was assigned by the federal government the task of identifying which census tracts in the state of Colorado. We were given a certain number. I don't know if that number is off the top of my head. But we were given a certain number of census tracts of the entire state that could be designated as an opportunity zone. Obviously, an opportunity zone is in half a second. And so the state went through a process in determining which census tracts within the state would be designated as opportunity zones. Those that were designated had to be eligible, and to be eligible, you had to basically be a distressed census tract, economically distressed. They looked at unemployment rates, they looked at income, things like that. In Delta County, 3 census tracts were designated. The census tract that covers the town of Paonia, and then 2 out of the city of Delta area. So not 100% of the city of Delta, but a significant portion of it, and then 100% of the town of Paonia. The rest of the county was not included as a designated census tract, although all of our census tracts, with one exception, were eligible, but we did get 3. Since then, the state has been rolling out all kinds of trainings and resources and recommendations of what communities should be doing to take advantage of opportunity zones. So an opportunity zone is a private incentive for investing in distressed communities. It's not a public incentive, it's a private tax break, basically. If I have capital gains, I can invest it into a project in an opportunity zone following all the IRS rules, and there's a gazillion of them. And then I can basically, over a 10-year period, not pay taxes on my capital gains. So for people that have capital gains, it's a huge incentive for them to make those investments in communities that are struggling and in projects that probably otherwise would not happen. So one of the things that the state is recommending that communities do is get together and market yourself. Make it known who you are, what opportunities exist in your community to try to attract that investment into your community. So we have a group of us that have been meeting for about 6 months now, talking about potential projects around the county, talking about putting a prospectus, they're calling them prospectuses and marketing tools together. I have a copy of Montrose's. I'm going to pass it down the table. I didn't want to kill 100 trees printing it, but the state has put together a tool, a database where investors know that they can go there as sort of a one-stop shop to go shop communities and look for projects and look for opportunities. And the state is encouraging those of us that are opportunity zone designated to develop something that we can make available. So the state's also helping pay for those. Between DOLA and OEDIT, there are grants available to help communities put these prospectuses together. We've been talking to the state about actually trying to tie the DOLA money and the Office of Economic Development money together into a single project and do 2 things with that. So not just develop a prospectus, but develop some models that we can use to help us attract investment to the projects that we think are important to our community. A lot of what we're all working on collectively are community development projects. They're projects where we're trying to address our basic infrastructure needs. Can we develop a model where private investors can partner with us on those public projects, a private-public partnership? There's not a model for that yet. There's paper issues that need to be thought through, and then there's always that how do you get a return on investment. So trying to figure out how we can demonstrate that investing in a public project could be a good investment for somebody looking to sink their capital gains into something. And then we also want to do this community prospectus. So what we proposed to the state, we haven't submitted the application yet, but we've been talking to them, is doing a single project where we develop our community prospectus, our marketing tools, and also help us get the marketing started, not just develop it, but actually help us to do the work of actively beginning to market our communities. And then developing this model that would look at all the complications of working within the confines of things like paper. We're estimating it's about a $50,000 project. We're going to ask DOLA for $25,000, and we're going to ask OEDIT for $10,000, leaving us with needing to come up with $15,000 total. So pretty good leverage on our investment. The county's going to contribute. I don't have a number from them yet. We're working on getting private investment as well. We've got a couple of different private entities that have said that they'll contribute to this because they think it's important. And we're going to be going around to each of the other municipalities. Even though it is Paonia and Delta that have census tracts that are designated, we believe that this needs to be a marketing piece for the entire county. This needs to be something that highlights what makes Delta County great, what makes each of our 6 communities unique and wonderful places to live and do business. So we are asking everybody to kick in a little bit so that we can show the state that we have a united Delta County front going out to do this project. And I think that's important for investors, potential investors, to see that we're a cohesive county that you can come do business in anywhere, and you're going to have the support and the community buy-in that you need. I'm not asking for a specific amount. I'm just asking for a contribution so that we can show that each of our communities are participating.
Questions?
Is there a timeline of when you need us to commit to that?
We're being asked by GOLA to get it in as soon as we can. So there's not a specific timeline, but they have only so much money set aside for these. And Kimberly's called me several times and said, are you getting it in? And I said, yeah, we're getting it. We're getting it together. We need to do it sooner than later.
Is there a specific amount that you are looking for, a specific amount that other municipalities contribute?
So I think it'd be really nice to see anywhere from 500 to 1,000 from each of our communities. We're going to be able to get a couple thousand through private investment as well. And I plan to go to the commissioners for the difference.
Other questions from the board?
I just wanted to know with the way this works, the marketing tries to get investors to invest in projects here. So that's the purpose of the marketing.
Correct.
And then they could actually invest in infrastructure improvements. Are you talking about like roads, bridges,
We think there's,
springs, water systems? You know, that's what I wanted to kind of get clear on, because I'm trying to understand how an investor would get their money back on a public project.
yeah, I don't think that all public projects would be a good fit, but we think that there are some public projects that could be a good fit. So a good example would be the old Chapel building in downtown Delta, that the technical college is working on developing their new health service programming out of. They're working to redo that building. Engage is also going to be housed in that building. We haven't looked at that project specifically, but that is a project that could potentially, it needs investment into it. It might be a good fit. I don't know. That's what we want to explore, is what are those good fits. We've had conversations about, the need for more industrial space in the city of Delta, for example. Could we get the basic infrastructure extended into a new industrial park, as an example, where as development occurs, it pays back, and that helps to establish some of that return on investment. I don't know what those are. That's the point of the grant, is helps explore where those opportunities might exist. If you think about the way that bonding and other mechanisms work for financing projects, a lot of those are privately financed. So we're trying to figure out how to model something similarly like you would do for bonding on a project.
And then the follow-up question is, what about arts or agriculture?
Well, so the way the Opportunity Zone rules are set up, there's two things. The first one is, it's really primarily so far been a real estate investment thing. So you buy a building, let's say you buy a building for $100,000, you're then required to invest $100,000 minimum into fixing that building up. That's where it's supposed to lift the neighborhood, lift the community up, is by investing in it, not just buying stuff up, but actually investing in it. You have to hold on to that for 10 years before you can reach your full capital gains. You can reach capital gains, not paying your full capital gains taxes sooner than that, but you get the full benefit for a 10-year investment. In May, April, late spring, the IRS came out with new rules that allow for investment in private businesses as well. And I'm not as familiar with that piece of it yet. We're still waiting on more understanding about how that would work. But there's going to be opportunities for capital investment in existing businesses. So I think that's maybe where some of those other things come into play. When I think about what's happening here, and you're working on Space to Create, I don't see this necessarily as a mechanism that's going to make the Space to Create project go. But I do think that this is an opportunity for other investment that will support what you're trying to accomplish, the Space to Create to occur. You think about what happened in Trinidad when they first started Space to Create, and investors started coming in and purchasing vacant property and improving it. I think this is one of those mechanisms that could help facilitate that kind of reinvestment in downtown. It's one of many things. One tool. It's just one more tool in our pocket.
Question, yes, Mr. Bob.
So could you inform us of what the timelines are again? I mean, where's the hard date to get their 10-year investment?
So projects that are going to maximize their 10-year investment have to be, the property has to be acquired in 2019, so the clock is ticking. That's also one of the urgencies of getting this process rolling. And then there's a 10-year window. Now, you don't have to build the project, you don't have to make your full investment by 2019. You have to acquire the property, and you have to have a plan of how you're going to invest. And then once you start, then your money is obligated to that project, and it can be counted in that 10-year window. There's hope that the IRS, that because it's taking so long to even just get the rules from the IRS, and the clock is ticking on that 10-year window, and we're still getting rules from them. There's hope that there will be an extension of that, but that hasn't happened yet.
Any other questions? Would you be willing to entertain questions from the public related to these two specific topics? Hang on, I have to say. Ms. Jones?
Are you gonna, we just need the commitment this year, the actual funding won't be until next year, correct?
Well, we would need the commitment to go into the grant letter, and then we would get rolling immediately. Our hope would be to be done by the end of this year, so it would be for this year. Yeah.
Yes. Any questions? You want to take questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Regarding these two particular issues, please, just stand up and identify yourself.
Susie Lowe, 1866 Harding Road, Paonia. When does the opportunity zone expire?
Well,
I know you're hopeful that the IRS will renew it, but when does it actually expire as of today?
well, you have 10 years to make investments, but you may get the most bang for your buck in making that investment if you start making that investment today. So 10 years from today, or to 2019, so in 2029, is how you maximize the benefits.
Is there a time in the next 2 years that there will no longer be applications to become opportunity zones?
We already are opportunity zone. It's about projects that get purchased and moved into an opportunity zone project. And people can do that for the entire 10 years. They're just not going to realize the full benefit. There's a diminishing return of
So in 2025, someone could still invest and receive 4 years.
Some benefit, yeah. Not as much as you can.
It seems a little late to be doing this, in my opinion.
Any other questions or comments from the public specific to these two issues? Yes.
Does it have to be in-town property, or can it be just in the area outside of the
It has to be in the opportunity zones, as in the census tract. And the census tract does not follow any kind of logical boundary. You have to look at the map and look. So if you go to chooscolorado.com, which is the Office of Economic Development's website, if you click around, you can get to the opportunity zone website, and they have a map, and you can zoom into the property level on that map and identify the map specific properties in the zone.
ChooseColorado.com.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from members of the public related to these two topics? I'm not hearing anything. Anything else from the board? Not hearing anything. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Much appreciated. Okay, the next item on the agenda is other guests and visitors. This is an opportunity for visitors, guests, to address the board on a matter that is not on the agenda. You'll be allowed no more than 5 minutes. If you wish to speak, you must recognize the vice chair. If you need to come to the podium to state your name and address. If you have anyone who wishes to address the board on a matter that is not on the agenda.
Jay Sorensen, Price Road, and I'd like to address Mr. Knight's accusations of calling most of us on Price Road liars at the last meeting, because the letter that we sent to the county commissioner, particularly Mr. Lower.
Could you speak to the mic?
He called it libelous and called us liars. So I thought about what we written, and consulted with my personal attorney and friend Lynn French, and wondered, did we call him lazy, or did we call him fat, or something like that, and we did not. So I'd like to read that letter, and I will forward an email copy of that to all of you so you have it. Commissioner Rover, we, the undersigned, are concerned about the town of Paonia's recent intentions and actions towards the annexation of Price Road and Clock Road. These roads are currently under the jurisdiction of Delta County, and the majority of households on these roads intentionally chose to buy homes that were not within the town of Paonia for many shared reasons. We feel that road maintenance services for these roads provided by Delta County, snow removal, repair, and general upkeep are excellent. The town of Paonia has not demonstrated an ability to keep up with these services in the maintenance of the roads it currently has. Snow removal and pothole care has been an ongoing complaint from Paonia citizens for years. We are concerned that the upkeep of our roads would become an afterthought, and they would quickly fall into the same district repair that plagues many of Paonia's roads. These annexations were proposed at the May 2019 Paonia Board meeting of Trustees by Administrator Ken Knight. It was not an agenda item, but was put forth as an afterthought towards the end of the meeting. Mr. Knight owns a home that sits at the intersection of these two roads, and he did not disclose this fact until prompted by a citizen in attendance. In subsequent public discussions, including one where many homeowners on this road were in attendance to protest this annexation, he continued to leave out this fact. We are also concerned about Mr. Knight's working relationship with the developer of the Riverbank subdivision, which would use Price Road as its main access road. We feel that in both of these cases, he has a conflict of interest that should be investigated. We respectfully request that you do not cede Clock Road and Price Road to the town of Paonia. We do not want our roads to be annexed. We wish our roads to remain under the jurisdiction of Delta County. Sincerely, signed almost every single person on Price Road.
Thank you. Thank you.
Christina Patterson, Price Road. On Friday, June 19th, at approximately 7:45 p.m., I walked across the street in front of my property and encountered my neighbor, Ken Knight, walking down Price Road towards Paonia. I said hello, and he immediately began addressing me in a loud, angry, aggressive, and menacing manner. Having never encountered him on our shared road before, I was taken aback by this response, to put it mildly. As the minutes passed, his voice transformed from yelling into screaming. He was screaming about a letter that I had signed along with 16 other people and sent to the Delta County Commissioners. He screamed that I had ruined his reputation, that I was a liar, and that I didn't understand how city government worked. This went on for a few good minutes. All the while, he was aggressively pointing his finger at me and moving very close into my personal space. His demeanor was aggressive, intimidating, and menacing. I was alone on the street, and my husband was out of town. Our neighborhood is small and close-knit, and most neighbor encounters ended long, pleasant discussions. I was hoping that someone would be outside in their yard to hear his screaming, and that if I had to scream for assistance, I would be heard. I felt extremely uncomfortable and threatened. Hoping to put an end to this encounter, I finally said, "Good night, Ken," and turned to walk to my truck. As I did this, he screamed at me, "I hope you get in an accident and effing die." I got into my truck and was incredibly shocked. I have never in my life had anyone scream at me like this. His behavior and mannerisms were utterly bizarre and unhinged, especially given that all I was doing was walking from the yard to my vehicle. I drove to town to file a police report, but ended up having to call them. They met me in town, and I gave a statement to a Paonia officer as well as a Delta County Sheriff with me, as Price Road is under the jurisdiction of Delta County. After talking to the officers, I asked a friend to come with me back to my house to turn off my sprinklers, as I did not want to go there in the dark alone. Normally at night, I manually operate my yard sprinkler system. In my 8+ years living in this neighborhood, I have never felt any way afraid or hesitant to do this. But this night, I did not feel safe walking in my yard alone at night. I also did not feel comfortable being in my house alone, so I called my neighbor and asked them to stay with them on Friday night. Never in my adult life have I felt unsafe enough in my own house such that I had to go sleep elsewhere. This incident was incredibly creepy and threatening. To be spoken to in such a verbally violent way is absolutely unacceptable. This has left me feeling that our county administrator is not only unprofessional, but also not able to follow the rules of conduct stipulated in his contract. Employing an administrator who is now harassing, intimidating, and threatening citizens in front of their houses in retribution for their participation in local government is a liability to both the trustees and the town of Paonia. I would like to know what the trustees and the mayor are planning to do about this situation.
Thank you. Obviously, you're not going to make a determination of facts tonight. I can tell you that on Sunday I did receive a phone message from your husband describing the events that you have described this evening. Obviously, there may very well be another side to this story, and it's important that any action that this board takes be taken based upon all facts and after due deliberation. We're not going to do that tonight. That's just not realistic. However, I do think what is appropriate is to schedule a couple executive sessions. One to receive legal advice, and the other to deal with the personnel matter. I know from my conversations with Mr. Nerlin that he will not be available on August 1st, which is the date we currently have set for a special meeting. So we may need to set a special meeting specifically for this issue. But it is a serious issue and an issue that needs to be dealt with in a thoughtful manner. Beyond that, I don't think tonight this is the time to get into a debate over what happened or didn't happen. I think that opportunity will come. At this juncture, I do think we need to look at setting executive sessions to deal with. Mr. Nerlin, is there anything you'd like to add?
To the extent that the board would like to have any. To the extent the board would like to talk about what a investigation would look like and what our recommendation from a legal standpoint in undertaking that investigation, I believe that that should be done in executive session. So to that end, if there's a desire and willingness from the board to schedule such an executive session, I think that that would be an appropriate step.
Yes, Trustee Paonia.
I would like to make a motion that we set a special meeting for Tuesday the 30th, if that would work for board members, and schedule an executive session for legal counsel and to discuss personnel issues.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to set a special meeting for July 30th, what time?
6?
6 o'clock for 2 executive sessions, one for legal advice and one for a personnel matter. And we have a second on that motion. Any further discussion from the board? Yes. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Just a thought on the executive session covering investigation and legal, since our attorney is here tonight, is it appropriate to try and squeeze that in?
But this evening, I would prefer the ability to, frankly, get a little bit of understanding of the issue so that we can properly brief you guys.
Can I ask when that executive session date is?
The
The
date
30th.
is July 30th at 6 o'clock.
Thank you. There's other people that are, have a lot of issues, and perhaps by that time you would like more input or letters or.
Well, I think the issue is specific to this particular incident. And I don't think it would be appropriate to expand it beyond this incident. Yes,
Well, I do think that once we determine whether there is an investigation, though, I think there could be some information that would be pertinent to that. So I guess after next Tuesday, that would be, when we'll know more about what other information would need to be brought forward.
And can I record this letter in the minutes and have it recorded in Ken Knight's file?
you surely can give it to the clerk and it can be part of the town records and you really want to go in and use my file.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to set two executive sessions for July 30th at 6 p.m. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. We will address the issue at that particular point in time. Yes, sir. This is a rising matter, not on the agenda.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Barry Smith, Place Road. My wife, Christina Patterson. After the water emergency last winter, my wife and I started attending town meetings regularly in order to educate ourselves more on how our town government works. As the months passed, we began to get a better understanding of the process, the people on both sides of the table, politics and history, and so on. There's a lot to take in. We tried to get ourselves up to speed. And this is why we were in attendance a few months ago when it was announced out of the blue that Price and Clark Roads were going to be annexed. And since then, the riverbank development is moving back into our consciousness. There's a dollar store coming in town, and all this is happening literally around our house, the house we're living in, and also coincidentally around the house Mr. Mike is living in. So, of course, we've been very motivated to show up and pay attention, ask questions, ask follow-up questions, investigate, challenge answers, basically participate in our local government. I was working out of town at the time, but many people in my neighborhood who were opposed to the annexation of our road showed up, expressed this, and they were told, in essence, thanks for sharing, we're missing some of the county and we're going to annex you. So we got together as a neighborhood, we composed a letter that you just heard read, took our questions and concerns to our representatives, we're in Delta County. Again, thinking this is the proper channels and methods with which to navigate this process. 2 weeks ago, my wife and I were both thinly veiled, intimated that we were liars and also libelous because of this letter by our town administrator, all standing at this podium. In both cases, all we did were ask questions about developments happening in our neighborhood. Isn't that the purpose of this space, is to be able to come here and ask questions about things happening in your neighborhood? Then Friday night, my wife had the encounter with Mr. Knight that you just heard about. This screaming and intimidation was not a neighborhood squabble over barking dogs or bright lights or parking. This was specifically in retribution for our participation in local government. He made that very clear. And in case you missed that, let me just remind you of the words he screamed at my wife as she was getting in her car to remove herself from this situation. I hope you get in an accident and fucking die. Whoa. I can't imagine any situation or encounter where this is an appropriate thing for our town administrator or anyone to scream at anyone, let alone my 5'4" wife who was standing in the street alone in front of her own property. Mayor Stewart has said to me in personal conversations that he wishes more people would show up and participate.
creating an environment that invites participation doesn't always seem to be a priority for Mr. Knight. In the past few months, I've witnessed numerous unprofessional outbursts, and when some trustees have tried to call attention to this and correct this behavior, they've been quickly shut down by the mayor. Mr. Knight has made it very clear as to his feelings towards my wife because of her participation, that he hopes she fucking dies. Mr. Mayor, should you and the trustees continue to turn a blind eye to Mr. Knight's harassment and intimidation of citizens, both in and outside of public meetings, I have to assume that you're in agreement with Mr. Knight's sentiments.
I am a member of the public, sir.
You are an employee of this town.
And as such, sir, this was not an item that happened inside the town limits, nor did it happen during normal business hours. By the way, my name is Kenneth Knight. I live at 461 Price Road. Several weeks ago, a letter was submitted to the Board of County Commissioners that implied that I have been self-dealing with a developer in this town. That was an insult and a direct attack on my reputation as a public administrator, not necessarily as the Paonia town administrator, but my reputation as a public administrator. Yes, I had a confrontation with the neighbor. Yes, I raised my voice. It had nothing to do with my employment with this town, and if you attempt to make it have something to do with my employment with this town, we will be talking lawyer to lawyer. This is not an action that I took as your public employee. This is an action I took as a neighbor. Self-dealing is an incredibly unfortunate charge to make against. It implies that I am receiving benefits from somebody that I am talking to as a developer. That affects my professional reputation. Those people who signed that letter are liars. I have never benefited from talking to a developer. They are liars. Yes, I had a confrontation with a neighbor outside of town, not on town business. You try to make it town business, and you're going to have an issue. Thank you, sir.
What I'm not going to do is try this case here.
Mayor.
Not going to happen.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to advise the board in executive session.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move into executive session. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to do a conference with the city county attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS section 24-6-4024B.
Any discussion in the board? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, that motion carries. We will recess into executive session.
Good seeing you.
time is now 7:38, and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were the following. Trustee Gilbert, Trustee Karen Budinger, Trustee Dave Knutson, Trustee Chelsea Cookout, Trustee Son Hart, Trustee Harry Cochran, myself, and Town Attorney Bo Maryland. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of open meetings law, I would ask you to state your concerns for the record. Hearing nothing, Mr. Nerlin.
The board received legal advice regarding the comments presented during the public comment period of tonight's meeting. The board has set an executive session for next Tuesday, July 30th, to receive legal advice to discuss an investigation of Mr. Ken Knight based on the comments that were made. The board is not taking any formal action out of the executive session. The board is not taking any action this evening regarding the comments that were previously made. While you all have a right to make public comments, I ask that you refrain from further discussing the personnel matter that was earlier raised.
Okay. We are still in the session. And folks will be given an opportunity to speak. A number of people wish to speak in regard to this. I don't know. But the reality is we have a number of things that need to get accomplished tonight. This is not the only thing. And this is being addressed. We have set a special meeting. And there will be executive sessions conducted at that time. And the process will be ongoing. Okay. How many folks do we have who wish to speak in regard to this particular matter? Brunner? Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Brunner, I'll give you a couple minutes so we can move forward.
Which matter are you referring to?
We are talking about Mr. Knight.
I know, I'm going to be talking about
Okay. Is there anyone specifically who wishes to address this issue? Please, come forward. Mr. Brunner, if you step aside for a second. You have someone who wants to address this issue.
I'm Lisa Delaney, and I live at 215 on Robert Ave. I'm going to cut mine short and not.
Okay, I'm Lisa Delaney, and I live at 215 on Marquette Avenue. I'm going to cut short because I think you've heard plenty about the issue that just happened. What I would like to comment on is related, which is in general the topic of conflict of interest. I was the friend that was with Christina when she came to the police station. We had plans on Friday night. She called to cancel them, and she was very shaken up. And so I went and met her at the police station. The irony was not lost on me that her only avenue for pursuing what happened that affected her was to go report it to a town employee who reports to the town manager. That was one part of it, but bigger in general. I was in California on vacation while all the things have come up lately with the annexation and the dollar store, and I was following them and just scratching my head trying to understand from afar just the implications, personalities aside, only position, how a town employee who lives in the county in the area that is being considered for annexation and right next to where this dollar store is can be so involved in this process. I have a master's in urban planning, which is essentially town planning. I've worked as a town employee, I've worked as a planning commissioner, I've worked in a planning department in a private corporation that had to work closely with the county and the city. And I would like, without any particular judgment, I would like some information from this town about how conflict of interest is handled and when something is considered a conflict of interest. Because from afar, this seems like a conflict of interest. It has led to this situation, which one person is saying is two neighbors on the street, but it's also someone in a very important and influential role in this town who has power and who has influence and can be seen as intimidating by other people.
by being in that position. So I don't know the way by which you guys can share that, but this is a small town. We all wear multiple hats. I mean, these things happen every single day where, you know, paths cross and interests are intertwined. But this one really has me asking for some more information from the town about your view. Thank you very much.
Mr. Brenner.
Yes, how about those Cubs? Mr. Stewart, I was surprised you didn't make the announcement. You kind of flew through our the announcement section. So I'm hoping to get an extra 30 seconds for this. I have handed in a citizens initiative petition for a moratorium on water tap sales to the town office.
Mr. Brenner, this matter's on.
I realize it's on the agenda. I'm making an announcement that I have handed that in simply because the room is full of people now, and at the end of the agenda, they probably won't use it. So that's all I want to say. Okay. The other thing I want to say is that as far as bullying goes, I think this board needs to own it. I was on this board a couple of years ago, and I resigned. And the core issue that led to the friction around that resignation was the refusal to confront bullying by board members to other board members. I watched the town administrator and building inspector bully people with building permits, hand out red tags with no reason. That when somebody pushed it, went to court, the case was dropped moments before the schedule would begin. Then there was a lawsuit. I courted documents that showed light on how the previous town administrator and the town mayor, Mr. Stewart, had bullied the town employee, a low-level town employee, right out of office. The lawsuit itself was bullying. It was a countersuit to keep me from getting the information. The judge said it was totally frivolous, and I never got an apology, although they did pay my lawyer's fees. Mr. Knight has previously bullied, shouted at particular town trustees. And when they complained, they were told in private that they deserved it, and they were told in public that it was their fault. There's what amounts to bullying by the board, the mayor, to the public at a lot of meetings. Mr. Knight he's been on probation, and yet he goes off at trustees, and nothing ever happens. You train him.
One thing I'd like to remind everyone that the rules is speaker.
We can't hear you.
We do have a rule of conduct, and it states that the speaker, which is anyone who is speaking, should offer factual information and refrain from obscene language and personal. It would be wise for everyone to refrain from personal attacks. Do we have someone else who wishes to address the board on a matter that is not on the agenda? Please, come forward.
My name is Chris Jacobson, and I wasn't going to talk. I'm going to talk for a second to just express my concern and position as a member of the community and as a person who's lived in and out of the town in the last couple of years, that when there's a town administrator, and I know a lot of people in our community don't understand this, that town administrator is hired by the board. And the board has the ability to set and direct the agenda, the direction, the behavior, the code of conduct for that town administrator. They can't micromanage him and tell him how to do the job, but they have a lot of oversight. That's the only oversight that we as the population have. That's the only oversight we as the taxpayer has. And when the board does not administer the town through the town administrator, and they do not discipline the administrator who might cause risk. This is the second time I have witnessed, and I don't go to many meetings, the town administrator threatened to sue the town. That's taxpayers' money that's going to pay for that. That's a taxpayer expense. Whether he wins, whether he loses, whether we just spend money in litigation. The forward things that were recognized around the building inspector and the management of the building inspector and the misogynist and racist behavior of the building inspector that was allowed by and supported by Administrator Knight, I witnessed personally. So I will just reiterate that. But my main point really is here, when I look to you as the elected officials, I look to you to be you are the only force that we have in regards to our employees. That's what I have to say.
Please refrain from applause and being outbursts. Please don't focus. Driver matter, not only him.
Barton Eller, 414 Samuel Wade Road, San Francisco. Because I know how these meetings are, I'm not going to speak on a few of the issues I want to try and help everyone to get out of here at a reasonable time tonight. The most important issues to me right at the moment are pointing out that in previous operations of my business, I've come to the town a couple times. At one point I was looking at expanding my business, which happens to be off Price Lane as well. The county then referred me to the Highway 133 Scenic Byway Management Agreement and told me that essentially the town has jurisdiction authority over me, even though I'm not in the town and don't have any right to vote or the right to be on the board of the town. I had purchased sewer taps from the town in the county's opportunity to purchase sewer taps. When I was referred to Jane Berry, the town's administrator at the time, she would not do any of her communication with me in writing. She would only speak to me about these issues. She told me that although I was never required to sign any sort of pre-annexation agreement, and the way it was brought to us, that we had a one-time opportunity to get a town sewer tap without having to sign any annexation agreement, that the town board was not going to honor that, and that I would be required to pay somewhere around $178,000 to connect my sewer tap, that I would have to pay for the installation of the entire sewer line for Price Lane to get those sewer taps hooked up, and that I would have to agree to annexation. This is burdensome and really changed my mind as far as wanting to have a business near or in the town of Paonia. I since then have tried to move it away, and I'm in the process of moving it further away and trying to get out of the Highway 133 access corridor, because, as I mentioned at the last meeting, there's actually language in the agreement, although it says it's pro-agriculture, there's language that says you're not allowed to store fertilizer. One of the things that any agricultural operation has to do is store fertilizer. At this time, I am no longer seeking sewer taps. I am not doing my business at Price Road, and I would like the town to purchase my sewer taps back, since the town won't give me access to them without a lot more burden than I agreed to when I purchased them. And I guess that's really mainly the end of the statement for this.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on the matter not coming in?
Suzanne Watson, 93 Second Street. I would like this board to consider, I kind of would plead with you to look a little closer at Paonia and what's happening here. I liken it to a really nice piece of fruit that's rotting on the inside. You know, we've got potholes in the streets that we don't have the money to do our streets. We have problems with the water and the infrastructure. And yet we're looking at extending ourselves to an area of town that doesn't have enough houses to support the tax dollars, to support the roads that we're now planning on taking on. I think sometimes a way to grow is not only in size, it's in the quality. And perhaps it's time to take a step back and look at what we have here, look at how we can make what we have better, and improve the quality and the happiness that is kind of lacking in Paonia right now. I mean, I just think there's so much anxiety and anger happening in these areas you're talking about annexing. It doesn't sound healthy to me. You know, I harvested my cherries the other day, and I opened up the inside, and there are little worms and maggots on the inside, and they chew around on the inside and rot the flesh around the pit, and things rot from the inside out. I see that happening to Paonia right now, and it's a sad, sad place to be. How can you make this town better? By improving the quality and maybe the spirit. And I think people you hire and who represent the town have a big part to play in that. Bringing happiness back to the town. Thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to address the board? Mr. Meltzer, you've already addressed the board. I'm not going to give you another opportunity to dive into the board. Anybody else who wishes to address the board on matters not on the agenda? I'm not seeing or hearing anyone. We will move forward. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. We have two items on the consent agenda. The minutes of the June 24, 2019 meeting, and the June 25th, 2019 meeting. I entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Mayor's report, I did attend the closing ceremony for the BMW rally on Saturday. Very positive event, very enjoyable event. It's been going on for I think 25 years or so. Close to it. There were 545 attendees, and the oldest rider was 52, which is tremendous. That's the only reports I have. We will move to staff reports. Mr. Knight.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, other than that have been summoned for jury duty on August 9th to be at the office that day, I don't have anything to report.
Any questions for Mr. Knight from members of the board? Hearing none. We'll move forward with the public works report. Mr. Goldberg.
After the BMW left on Sunday, we started getting the park water back into shape for picking in the park. It starts in August. And we had a water leak the 15th on second and Main. It happened about 4:30 at night. We were done. It took us about 3 hours to get everybody back with water. It was a main line break right behind a coupler. But it's all put back together. Today we had a spring line leak. I got parts ordered to get that repaired. We're still spilling at both the plants. Right now, both tanks are full. It's also spilling water at the spring boxes themselves. In the board packet, we had a timeline that Mr. Stewart asked me to do for improvements on the system since 2004, and then the leakage report or process report. And that's all I've got unless you guys have any questions.
Questions, Mr. Goldberg, from members of the board? Yes, Mr. Mark.
So Travis, how often and how long are you watering the park for?
It depends on the park. The town park now, we got it kind of scheduled in 4 sections of the park, and after the BMW left, we've watered them quite a bit to try to get the moisture back in there and get us back into shape. Lee's Park, I'm watering for about 4 hours a section. There's 2 sections over there. About once every 2 weeks. It seems I don't know if it's, since it got hot and stuff, I don't know if that's going to be enough yet. And Apple Valley is getting watered every day in different sections.
Yeah, Polis is not looking good at all.
I will make a note to make sure that I look at that.
Any other
And
questions?
I'm almost done. And I suspect that watering at least once every 2 weeks is not sufficient at all.
Any other questions? Yes, question there.
Since the 2014 timeline, that the Rebel Springs pipe over to the 2 million gallon tank, is that actually the case?
Bill, could you bring the speaker over to closer to your mouth?
I was questioning the 2014, it said that the Reynolds Springs was piped over to the 2 million gallon tank. Is that line functional?
Yes, that's that spring that, there was 2 springs, the Upper Reynolds and Old Original, which is the Reynolds Creek Spring. Those were lines that went to the 1 million in early or late 2014, right before we did the treatment upgrade, is when we brought those over to the 2 million.
And are they functional year round? Are they available year round?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, Mr. Loper? I know the timeline is included in our packet. It may be worthwhile to get that up on the website so people can see, because there are a number of things that have happened in the 15 years since the last water engineering work was done. So it is helpful in terms of getting a sense of things that have been done over that 15-year period. Other questions, comments from Mr. Loper? Anything from the public, Mr. Loper? Hearing anything, we will move on. Police Department report, Chief Ferguson.
Well, as everybody knows, it's hot. Ready for winter. Snow back. The BMW rally went very well. We had no issues. Like always, they come in, they do a great thing, and then they leave it. You never have problems with them. Delta Dorado Days is this week. All Delta County law enforcement will have a vehicle in the parade, including Paonia, for the Back of Badge initiative. Saturday after the parade, we are also going to have the Back of Badge booth back up and running, along with the dunk tank and dunk a police or deputy. Thanks to the Paonia Care Center for the use of the tank again. Our officers will be on training the next couple of weeks, doing as much as we can as time allows. And we have obtained their drone for the use of locating illegal marijuana grows. This is grows that are not enclosed and in the view of the public. They have to be enclosed and out of the view of the public. We still do not have an officer trained and certified to fly it. Hopefully that will be completed by the mid or end of August. Please don't shoot the drone down. And that's all I have.
Question to Chief Ferguson and members of the board.
I just appreciate your humor about winter, is that this stressed community, we need more humor.
Any other questions, comments, Chief Ferguson and members of the board? Anything from the public?
So I'm just wondering how you might use the drone. Can people have a no-fly space over their yard if they so request? Or are you going to use it to surveil just anybody in town?
We're going to go over and we're going to fly over the house or up in this airspace and go over where legally allowed, and then just look for marijuana grows that aren't enclosed or in the view of the public, and then we'll go and contact the owners of the residents and let them know that they need to comply with town ordinance.
I think the town board needs to make a drone policy then, if the police are using drones. I think the public should have the right to be able to read the policy on the police department's use of drones.
I'll have my policy in effect here in the next couple of weeks as well.
Thank you. Any other questions for Chief Ferguson and members of the public? Hearing none, we will move forward. Town Treasurer, Treasurer King.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we reviewed the disbursements of payroll. I spent extensive amount of time with our finance officer reviewing the preliminary audit report. I appreciate the board's action in authorizing an extension. For the time being, we're holding in advance our new purchasing policies and procedures. We'll do that as we complete our audit. That concludes my report.
Questions for Treasurer King? Hearing any questions from the public, Treasurer King? Hearing any, we will move forward. Disbursements, Treasurer, Trustee Benjamin.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve accounts payable in the amount of $24,524.73, a loan payment of $77,387.96, payroll taxes of $17,911.34, and payroll direct deposit of $20,230.44.
We have a second on that motion. Discussion or questions regarding disbursements from members of the board?
Mr. Mayor, we didn't appear to have a disbursement schedule in our packet. When I checked the mailbox, when I came in, those were available. Is there disbursements scheduled available? No.
Well, what we can do,
I can read them to you.
how many disbursements are there, roughly? Do you wish to just make a copy of it and we can do the pass on this item?
It's short, I can say it.
Okay.
Benson Brothers, water leak repair, water plant road repair. Bollinger and Queen. $2 million plant repair. And spring line repair. DMEA for parks, DMEA for water. Don's meeting supplies, Double J disposal, porta potties, Elevate, phones, and internet. Ferguson, mileage, Knudsen, mileage, Quickie tires, tires for the Ranger and tires for the trash truck. Mail services, that's postcards. Montrose Daily Press is legal notices. One time, that's a refund of overpayment. Phones Plus, monitor for Space to Create. Roberts Enterprises, trash. Roof excavating, spring line repair, water line meter replacement at the school, and water plant repair.
Trustee Barrett, Trustee Buckner, you have a copy of the printout together.
Got 3 more. SGS sewer samples, SGS water samples, Weaver Park trimmer and saw repair, and Wind Water is park meter hit repair. The end.
So, Mr. Mayor, I have no questions.
Any other questions or comments regarding disbursements from the board?
Mayor?
Yes.
So I noticed on the mileage that my mileage was not recorded this month. Is there a reason for that?
It was in the last disbursement. The
Okay.
check is in your box.
Yeah, I got the check. I was just wondering. It was on the last. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions regarding disbursements from members of the board? Anything from members of the public? Hearing anything from members of the public, we have a motion and a second to approve disbursements. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the public hearing of South Park Avenue subdivision. The applicant, Lynn Mattingly, has requested the hearing to continue unless there is objection or entertaining a motion to continue this hearing for the next regular meeting.
Mr. Mayor, to continue,
27th.
continue this hearing to August 27th.
Any discussion on the part of the board? Hearing anything from the public regarding continuing the hearing to August 27th? Hearing anything, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to ask if the residents on, how would the residents on Clark Road know about the change in the hearing if they wanted to make some?
Trustee Ferguson, or Clerk Ferguson. You don't have to go back on the board, huh?
The majority of the people on the street requested in advance and were informed that she had requested that it be continued, and we'll check back to see that that's what happened.
Can we post notices up there like we did on previous ones?
And no, I usually update the public hearing notice with a new date though, and that is published on the town's board.
So I was requesting about on the street, because there was a public notice on the street itself.
Correct, she was required to post a notice for the original public hearing prior to the date within 10 days before the meeting. But for continuance, there's never been a requirement to update and repost that.
Any other questions regarding this matter? We did have a vote on the motion, or not? We will then move forward. And the next item on the agenda is the public hearing, Greenbelt Edition. I will use the hearing procedure that I used for
the 2020 budget now.
Up your head, I believe. Right over. Okay, the public hearing of Greenbelt Edition is an application by Charles and Wilson Ford, Annex 419 Stall Road into town. There was a hearing on this matter for the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission recommended unanimously the board approve the annexation. Basically, in terms of the hearing procedure, I will open the hearing, we'll have a staff presentation, the applicant will have an opportunity to speak. There will be questions for staff, applicants, or members of the board. We'll then open up for public comment. We will be limited to 2 minutes for each speaker. Please do not repeat comments that have previously been made. New additional information is helpful. And please no demonstrations, applause, or otherwise. I will then close the hearing, and we're going to have discussion by the members of the board. So we'll go ahead and open the hearing. The staff presentation, Mr. Knight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we had a public hearing before the Planning Commission. Terrace Ford has requested, in order to connect to water and sewer at the in-town rates, and because we normally require annexation, and they are contiguous with the town by 6%, to be annexed into town. Their annexation request was as a development resource district with provisions of neighborhood commercial uses within that district. The planning board made the recommendation to approve the annexation, but as an E1, which is the estate residential district. Staff would disagree with the planning board that this property should be annexed as estate residential. State residential are on those properties where livestock and poultry are primarily allowed. The Fords are looking for a less intensive livestock and more as a general family minor farm. And in the developing resource district, the permitted uses are single family residence raising of crops and grains, ranching and other agricultural uses. Whereas in the E1, it states on those properties where livestock and poultry are allowed, and then many standards about how to handle manure and whatnot. The Fords are looking, they have built they built a home on the property, and it has the opportunity on the bottom floor to have a neighborhood commercial use of less than 2,000 square feet. And therefore, that was the staff recommendation. I would also point out, and this was not brought up to the Planning Commission, and I apologize for that, that under your Highway 133 Master Corridor Plan, in that development area, uses permitted by right are retail businesses, professional/business offices, personal service shops, and I'll go forward and to the very last line in the uses permitted by rights are farmers market, food processing plus storage, garden center, greenhouse, parks and recreational areas. The farmer market slash garden center slash greenhouse is the commercial type business that should the Fords open a business that they are looking at. I believe this is much more in tune with the developing resource district. Again, I take the risk of putting my personal opinion into the staff report, and for that I do not apologize. I believe you hired somebody with 26 years of experience to give their professional opinion, and that's what I'm doing on this. So the planning board did recommend annexation, and they recommended it as an E1. I believe staff is recommending as a development resource district with a neighborhood commercial use that is consistent with uses permitted by right under the Highway 133 corridor master plan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The activist report is up to Justice Ward. Joey?
Is it on? She doesn't want to stand here and watch me talk. I'm not glad to hear anything. My name is Charles Ford, and my wife Dulcie and I and our two teenage boys from 419. We own the house and property at 419 Stall Road. We also own 5 acres adjoining that to the west. That's all wild land. And this is the piece here. We built that structure that maybe some of you have seen when you cross the bridge coming in on Samuel Way. We built a building here, and it's a small apartment upstairs with an 800 square foot footprint. And downstairs we made it so it could be a commercial space, a farmer's market, a small cafe, artist shop, something like that. And we bought the county with the dream that we could stay in the county, have a business, have a garden, have a few animals, and we especially like the idea of having this line here. Maybe if you've noticed a cedar fence that's running along here. We like the idea of having a few classic breeds of livestock, let's say less than 10. We've got this, together we've got 8 acres. This piece in question is 419, and that is 3 acres. And we also have a great deal of river frontage. And so in our big vision, it was live, work, farm, enhance the agricultural entrance feel to town. And when we bought the land, there was a bunch of kind of encampments, hobo-type camps, a lot of trash that was left. We didn't feel safe. Kids running around, a lot of broken bottles, people that we didn't know how to feel about. And so we put this fence up, not with barbed wire, but just a friendly kind of, hey, if you're living on the side of the fence, then we have the right to say, hey, please don't live on the side of the fence. But we felt bad about closing off this access to the river, because it was a place that people had walked their dogs. And so we left a sign, we put a sign there that says, private property for daytime access, feel free to call. It's got our phone number on there. One of the things we talked about with Allison, who helped develop the river park, was the possibility, and others, was the possibility of opening this up somehow to public use, open space sort of way. It's something that we're excited about. We're excited about everything that we do here being welcomed and appreciated and enjoyed by the large community at large. So that's kind of the place. It ends here.
You're on a 2-minute time limit.
Am I? Not the applicant. Okay. Good idea. And I'm just going to read our application for annexation. It's short, and the reason we call it Greenbelt, for those who weren't here at the last meeting, was simply because of this idea that it might one day. Here's another view of it. I like this because it shows how large of an open space or undeveloped space this is relative to the other stuff that happens between the highway. Oops. Can you go back to that one? Between the highway and town, there's Town Park, and there's our property. And so you can see, we love it because it's wild, and we want to keep it as wild as possible. Our house, I think, by a lot of standards, with an 800 square foot footprint, is small, and that's the style that you can expect from us. Anyways, I'm not sure why with that. I wanted you to see it relative to the other open, wild, and natural spaces. So the application as we wrote it was, we were proposing to annex lot, 419 Stall Road, from Delta County into the town of Paonia, with a zoning designation of developing resource, with the intention of limited agricultural use and the possibility for activities meeting the definition of neighborhood commercial use. The property has a single-family residence with a secondary unit with kitchen. We are open to making part of our land available to future public trail systems. And that was an idea that we heard bandied about possibly a collaboration between landowners between our place or Samuel Wade Road and Delicious Orchards that would allow people to walk and hike and bike without being on the highway, which we thought, well, that'd be great, and we'd like to participate in that. So that's the spirit in which we applied for this. In the process of the meeting, it was recommended the mayor and approved by another or several other members. I don't know how many people it takes to approve a change, but the suggestion, approved recommendation was that we not be zoned like this, but rather under something called E1, which is estate residential. And as Mr. Knight had said, it's really kind of for old ranch properties with a focus on livestock, at least as written. And one of the issues of it, one of the issues of it is for our parcel in question, 419, 3 acres allows for 1 llama or 1 cow or 2 horses or 3 sheep. And that wasn't the thing we were hoping to accomplish. And especially since we have this 8 acres total, we're hoping to accomplish a situation where we can have very responsibly fenced areas that keep clear separation between living and commercial spaces that allow these animals of a reasonable number for the total footprint of land to wander as you would, keeping away from the riparian and so forth. So we were concerned about the estate one or the E1 residential for that reason, that we didn't know if that was going to cause a lot of stumbling blocks for allowing our animals to move naturally from the 5 acre to said E1 zone property. So that's a piece of it. And the other piece of it is there are no permitted right commercial uses in E1. There are special review possibilities for commercial use. And so basically I'm coming today to say we would like the board to consider approving our annex request as originally envisioned for the reasons that I hope I described fairly well. And we are actually quite comfortable annexing into the town. We're comfortable doing a pre-annex. We understand that what is the plan called that you guys are working on to kind of enrich the zoning as it pertains to growth?
Comprehensive plan.
the comprehensive plan and the highway corridor plan. So the comprehensive plan and the corridor plan looks like, as I understand it, it's not exactly aspirational. It was created with the intention that this would come to pass. And the comprehensive plan, as I understand it, is in the works, and it's a way of bringing these two visions together, bringing the vision of who we want to be as we grow out of the limits of the neighborhood zone and into the rural surroundings around town and reach the highway, and the message we send to the larger community. And I think that we may be one of the first properties to fall into this kind of, doesn't fit very well in the assigned in-town zoning things like Estate 1 or residential or C2. But I think that as we move out into the region, this rural region around, we're going to find people who want to have their little hair salon in the house where they live and their little herd of sheep. And they're going to want to have a container for that, and that's who we are. And so we would like to work with you however we best see fit to be one of the first families and properties to be zoned appropriately for that sort of use. That's pretty much all I have to say.
Questions from the board for staff and the applicant? Mr. Ford, why don't you stay up there, please?
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm just going to sit out of the sink. I know I seem talkative, but I'm actually kind of an extroverted, antisocial person, so I'm not used to this sort of thing. My wife says that I forgot to mention that in the 133 corridor plan, the verbiage used to describe this zone we're applying for developing resource is actually more specific and gives permitted right for what they're calling a neighborhood commercial use, meaning businesses that are low intensity, have minimal traffic, and offer convenient shopping for residential areas such as businesses that may include food store, small food store, art studio, antique shops, and similar uses, not to be in excess of 2,000 square feet. Our place that we're proposing is 800 square feet. We have tons of land. Parking shouldn't be an issue. The town language for the town language about the developing resource, same zoning, but in the town documents, it's much more limited. And so I was a little bit concerned if we just got zoned DR town, that we are also limited because it doesn't say very much. But it does, the one thing it says that's very pro, why we think we're appropriate for that is DR zoning should be applied to existing agriculture or open space areas with minimal present development. And I think that perfectly describes what our property is. So I would say that, I'm not, this is your wheelhouse, not mine. So how you would like to annex us or put us into a pre-annex mode while the comprehensive plan gets defined such that there's an umbrella for things like properties like this, we'd be happy to idle in pre-annex mode if that works best for you. If you feel that annexing us now is very important and should be moved forward, we ask that if you do choose to put us in either DR town or E1 town, that you do so with the amending or caveat that the permitted rights of neighborhood commercial use as described in the Highway 133 corridor definition of developing resource zone be part and parcel to the zone that you assign to us so that we can rest easy that once we get our feet under us, if we wanted to have an antique shop or something, we wouldn't have to hope that we could do it. We would know that we could do it. So, did I miss anything else? Okay, thank you guys. I'd like to stay here for a second. Any more questions? As soon as the applicant gets back in 3 minutes.
Oh, good. I was going to get your laugh.
is there any specific timeline that would make it necessary to annex now? I guess it's more of a question for staff and also, I guess also for you, Charles, but it seems to me that this discrepancy between the zoning in the town and the zoning that could come up in this 133 corridor planning should probably get sorted out, so we're not making these like on-the-fly decisions around specific pieces of property. So my question is there a way to, I guess in the words of Charles, like idle in the pre-annexation zone while we are sorting these things out? Maybe it's a question for you, Mr. Maryland.
Under state statute, an annexation application can be continued for up to 1 year.
If I may, a couple things, and Mr. Maryland, please chime in if I'm correct. Procedurally, the way this is set up, one, the question is whether or not the property should be annexed, and this portion is public hearing. And my understanding in terms of whether or not the property should be annexed, that actually will be decided later on when we actually deal with the resolution finding facts as to the petition. So at this point, we're at the public hearing. We will have a discussion, a separate discussion regarding finding the fact. There will also be an ordinance that will need to be passed actually approving the annexations. That is also on the agenda. And thirdly, there is a separate item for zoning. And so these questions really get broken down sequentially. And I appreciate the discussion regarding the issues you have related to zoning, but that will be dealt with later on in tonight's agenda. The other thing that I will throw out there in terms of the timing of this, I have no idea whether or not this board will, at some juncture, impose a moratorium on water tax. And if in fact that were to go into place, quite frankly, annexation would stop. So those folks that are interested in annexing might keep that in mind. Yes, tonight.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just to answer Trustee Bookrout's question is normally we would not sell the water and sewer tap unless if there was, you had approved the annexation or a pre-annexation. Now, we can continue this annexation process and zoning process. However, right now the boards do own probably one of the most expensive sheds in Delta County because they cannot connect water and sewer until there is a decision made. And so it would certainly be possible, and I defer to the town attorney on it, I think it would be possible for you to defer the annexation, but agree to the sale of the water and sewer taps so that they can put in the water and sewer and actually move into their home. And that is the principal timeline issue that staff is dealing with based upon the way quote has been done before. Unquote.
Other questions from the board, or staff, or the applicant? Yes.
Just a follow-up question. So if we were to approve annexation and zone them as developing resources of the town version of that model, is there is the potential for neighborhood commercial use as a special review, as a special permit, or not at all?
In your actually in your zoning ordinance under Article 1 definitions, Neighborhood commercial uses mean commercial or business uses that are a low intensity of use of minimum traffic generation, not for convenient shopping for residential areas. Neighborhood commercial uses may include small food stores, artist studios, antique or gift shops, specialty shops, and other similar type uses. Maximum floor area for neighborhood commercial use shall be 2,000 square feet. Once again, one of our issues is no place else in zoning other than a definition does it refer to neighborhood commercial uses, which is why when I had my meeting with the Fords, I said, my recommendation, and I can't guarantee what the elected officials will do, is request to be annexed as a developing resource district with a neighborhood commercial use. Also, if you look at your ordinance you're looking at later today, actually, you're beginning discussion later today, of creating an overlay district to overlay the 133 corridor master plan with all these properties, of which the Fords include. The uses permitted by right include essentially a very similar definition of small businesses. So therefore, you could, I honestly believe that you can make, because of the way the definition is in your ordinance, to make the motion for developing resource district with a neighborhood commercial use as defined by your zoning ordinance.
Other questions from members of the board for Mr. Knight, Mr. Ford?
I was curious about that. Going back to the estate, could there be a special review? Maybe I missed this. Could there be a special review later? I know they'd like to hear right away what they can do now, but could we follow the recommendations of the planning commission, do the E1 for now? And if they wanted to do something in the future, that would be a special review?
They wouldn't be prohibited or foreclosed from either going through a development or rezone or special review process in the future, unless you put that restriction on the ordinance when you annex it in.
The reason I'm asking the question is because the things that come up in this town are about the impact, the economic impact on existing businesses of anything that happens. And a lot of stuff we've been doing has been, in my opinion, knee-jerk for that. And so I think that being very careful about what we're allowing and how that impacts other businesses is really important.
Other questions? Yes, question.
So my question on that though is, that is at a cost of what to the applicant to go through that process?
The base charge beginning $250.
Okay. So I guess I would, to me, it seems a little inconsistent that if we're moving forward with a plan to incorporate 133 planning documents into our zoning, then we're going to have somebody who falls under this 133 planning document, and then we're going to ask them to be zoned in a way that then we're going to ask them that they have to come back again and apply and spend more money to do the things that we're saying we're going to zone to be able to do. So I guess that's my pause in the whole thing is.
Mr. Earl, what about the possibility of annexing the property with delaying determination of zoning until there is some determination of the 133 quarter plan overlay?
So the zoning would be, so what would the zoning be, I guess is my question.
Yeah, I guess my question is this, are we required, as we annex it to immediately zone?
Yeah, I think you have to have some underlying zoning, you can't just.
No. Cannot delay that.
Right.
Okay.
And just quickly, we're still, with respect to the staff and applicant presentation, so we're going to have board discussion subsequent
Thank you for that reminder. Any other questions from the board?
Mr.
Or
Mayor,
staff? Yes.
have the applicant signed a pre-annexation agreement?
Rather than filing a pre-annexation agreement, the applicant filed the annexation petition, which precludes the need for a pre-annexation agreement.
Well, because of having all this discussion of how it should be zoned, if they were to sign a pre-annexation agreement, could they not at that point purchase their water and sewer tax?
Under your rules, then theoretically, a water district has to apply for their water tap, and we could sell, and of course, that we would have to sell them their sewer tap as another town. Well, no, if you follow your 133 plan, then your sewer tap could be with the in-town rate. Your water tap is 3/4 of your out-of-town rate, but it still would normally be, since it's out of town, you would normally, under your ordinance, unless if you waive your ordinance, have to sell it to a water company. So it's not easy, which is why, again, the annexation of when I met with the boards, you sign your annexation petition, you get in-town water and sewer tap at the water in-town rate.
May I speak?
Please.
Originally, we had intended to stay in the county. We bought in the county. We thought that this vision for what we were hoping to do made sense. That's why we left there. As we went forward, finding out, it wasn't going to work. We were too close to the town utilities and so forth. We were aware of the option and considered the option of buying a water tap as an out-of-town and a sewer tap as an out-of-town, and we were comfortable with that because we want to stay in the county. In meeting with Ken, the way it was described to us, which was in good faith as I read it and experienced it, seemed reasonable and fine, was well, perhaps you should just annex, get it for half price, at least half price of the out-of-town. As it turns out, we could also go buy the out-of-town tap because we are in Section A, I don't know what it's called, Area A of the 133 corridor, and we're really the first property. Once you cross the bridge, well, there's one on both sides of the road. But we are parcel A of Area A, going toward the highway. We are guaranteed 3/4. So it'd be a little. We pay $5,000 more if we went to the county and did a pre-annexation, buy our taxes out of town. We'd spend $10,000 more if we didn't do that. But there would be no reason we wouldn't work with the county and save $5,000. So we don't mind spending $5,000. We don't mind buying out-of-town tap. We wouldn't have a problem with that. If that makes your life easier, we would like to live at our place. We'd like to turn on the water and flush the toilet and grow a garden and get some Highland Scottish cattle and a couple sheep for our kids. So, we're willing to work with you guys. We're willing to share the river if we can figure out a plan that makes sense to do that. And we're happy to do that in annex, pre-annex, however how you want to do it. But we would like to know before the gavel drops that we could run a little business within a reasonable neighborhood thing without having to come and ask for permission or special use, or we just like to be able to say, honey, if you don't want to go to hairdressing school, how about antiques? We just like to make that part easy as well. Thank you.
Any other questions?
One more question. If we were to execute a pre-annexation agreement with the town giving us any rights and leverages,
I think you have to consider the application before you. So unless it's withdrawn, you have to hear this out.
Any other questions from the board, from staff, or for the applicant? Hearing none. Questions, comments from members of the public? How many people do we have wish to comment regarding this? 1, 2, 3. A couple minutes each. Please come forward and state your name.
I'm Lisa Gennaro from Harding Road. I almost bought that place. I don't know if that's I'm relieved
through, like, and what. But I just wanted to say something really general about, when I first came into town, I went by there and I'm like, oh, look, a little road down by the river, I'll take my dogs down there. You know, and I was really excited to see the river park on the other side of that road. And I think it's really beautiful to, you know, maintain the idea of maybe extending that public space, you know, through there. Because, you know, a lot of cities have revived their riverfronts and it's become a real asset to the town. So I like that part of it. And I really saw that place when I was looking at it as a gateway to the town and to the character of the town that attracts so many people with our like agricultural heritage and, you know, maybe mixing a small business in with a residential thing. And I really loved your vision of that, and I think it would be a very welcoming and characteristic and positive thing for people to encounter when they first came into town like that. So I just wanted to encourage maybe the flexibility and consideration of that, because I think it is a really special property, and it kind of does like make a first impression when people come into Paonia, and having, you know, a thriving kind of interesting place there, I think would be very positive for visitors and town residents. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Who else wishes to comment? Please come over.
Hello, Roka Sabine, 225 Colorado Avenue, and I just want to echo some of her sentiments. I was curious to see what they were proposing on that site, and as someone who used to walk down along that river, I'm really excited to hear that they're amenable to that idea. And I think that anything the town can do, considering that sort of back and forth we're in about a vision for the town, making positive strides towards, like, concrete steps towards realizing some of our ideas about 133 plan, this would be a great opportunity to make that happen. And it seems to be completely in the character of what we're describing. And again, it is one of the entry properties. And so yeah, I'm just thought I'd throw that out there. I think it's a great plan, and good luck. So anything you can do in terms of zoning. I do think that considering the variables of small businesses, probably giving the most leeway possible is the most advantageous. That's my 2 cents.
Hi, Susie Lowe, using my new address, 1866 Harding Road, Paonia. I have a couple comments regarding this hearing. My first one is that I personally fully support the board's application for specifically DR. That is a zoning that allows them to live their dream and the vision that they've had for that property in the county, now willingly annexing. And I know that it is in the town's desire and hopefully soon to be updated comprehensive plan as we move forward over the next few years to really outline what the land use and zoning will be for those areas that you as the town representatives hope to annex. Personally, I now own a property out towards Minnesota Creek that is the first property bordering town limits. I have a tap, I have town sewer, I'm okay. However, if you do in the future want to annex me, I will want to live my dream on my property. I will want to have livestock, I will want to have a home business, and I will want to have my family prosper. So, to wrap it up, I think there's been a little spin, and I don't know that Charis was aware that had he gone through the county to purchase his water tap, he would have had to done that through a water company. Right. So that's now another hindrance to him. And you have a willing person, willing to annex, not a person you're knocking down their door, compromising anything. This aligns with your vision for annexing to the highway corridor. to hopefully one day capture and stop and save tax dollars. So, do the DR.
Any other members of the public wish to comment on this speaker matter?
James Martin, Price Road. I'm not sure what the town's hurry to annex all of these things are until such time as you've sort of decided what this master plan is going to be and what it means for people. And I agree with Susie. I think there fits some spin. I think the courts have been represented falsely that they have to go through this annexation process to get a water and sewer tap. I think there's probably other avenues that haven't been explored. And maybe the town just leaves them alone and let them live their dream until such time as the master plan is firmed up and truly an ordinance or a set of firm laws instead of just a plan. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Yes, please, Nicole.
Walsh, on 41819 Oak Road. I just have a brief comment. I believe it was stated at a previous meeting that there are no out-of-town commercial taps. How would that affect these guys?
Any other questions from members of the public? I'm not hearing any. At this point, I will close the hearing. There will be no more public comment. The hearing is reopened, and this is an opportunity to have discussion by the Board of Trustees. However, the actual approval will be delayed until we get to the resolution, which is further down on the agenda. So, questions, comments from board members?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I was curious about that last question posed by the public. Is there an answer to that?
Mr. Knight?
Currently, your water ordinance states that there are no commercial water taps available outside the town limits. So, again, to be consistent, annexation would be the way staff would recommend that you go or protect the land.
Any other questions, comments from staff, from the board? Not hearing anything. The only thing that I will say is that it makes sense for the town to continue to annex properties out to Ohio. Properties are annexed are part of the town. The town controls them free and clear of the county. Right now, what we have is a no man's land where both the county and the town are involved in the whole land use process. And that creates many, many problems. What they want to do with the property makes sense. Personally, I think it actually fits to a T, the state residential district. In that district, you can have farm-type animals, including horses, sheep, llamas, cattle, and goats. It doesn't refer to any limit on number. And it's my understanding that by special use, you could in fact engage in some commercial activity. Now that does require going back and actually having a special use application going through that process. I can't say what future board may do, but I would be surprised if that application would be rejected. So it seems to me that, yeah, this is the property coming to the town, and my opinion is it should be a state residential district, but I don't think it necessarily needs to get hung up on it. I don't think that's necessarily the deal breaker. You have the complicated factors of having this 133 corridor plan, which may very well be incorporated into that overlay and affect your property. But
My sense is that this property is annexed and zoned before that happens, it's annexed and zoned before that happens, and wouldn't necessarily be subject to the 133 corridor plan. Is that correct, Mr. Merlin, or not?
Well, I don't think that that is necessarily correct, because we're looking at an overlay district that would apply to those areas. And so your underlying the goal with the ordinance, and I know I'm a little bit ahead of it myself, but is to have the underlying zoning and then the overlay on top of it. Now, to the extent that most of the overlay stuff kind of focuses on some of the potential properties as they come from in town to out of town. So there might be some aspects that wouldn't apply because they're, you know, within the boundaries of the municipal jurisdiction.
And it would apply to 133 corridor plan to the water uses that they could.
That is correct. Yeah, I mean, the zoning is more restrictive than, the town zoning, I would say, is more restrictive than what's outlined in the 133 corridor plan.
Any other questions or comments from members of the board? If there isn't, we'll go ahead and proceed with the next item on the agenda and bring us back up.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, I do see that there's a limitation of a total of 2 horses, 1 cow, 1 llama, 3 sheep, 3 goats, for 3 acres underneath the state residential.
4. Is that a change that was easily adopted by the mayor?
No, I believe you want to look at 16390.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of the definition
I'm sorry,
and the zoning.
16310. 10.
So under the definition, it doesn't have those limitations, but if you look under the sections for the zoning district.
Okay, so there are some limitations in terms of numbers with the E1. Okay, so yeah, bottom line is I don't think there should be any in terms of getting property. Any other questions or comments? Members of the board? Hearing none, we will bring this issue back up shortly. Now we will move on to the next item. This is the public community or land management involving the master plan and the protest. At the special meeting on July 15th, we will file protest to the final environmental impact statement for the resource management plan and directly to the town administrator to draft a protest letter. That proposed letter is in the packet. Mr. President.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Brooks-Stevenson, Assistant Program Director at Citizens for the Community. I'd like to invite Patrick Dooling, the Director of the West Slope Conservation Center, to share this presentation with me, if that's all right. Thanks. So you have in front of you in your packet, so what I know you have in front of you in your packet is the draft letter that town administrator put together. But I don't know if you have in your packet the plan in front of you or maybe it's a set of edits. And both Patrick and I have suggested to reflect language from the town of Paonia's 2016 comment on the draft EIS. And so I believe all of our suggestions basically try to make this draft letter from the town administrator reflect as accurately as possible the comments that were made in 2016. We're doing so to make sure that your process remains valid and as a BLM, and make sure that we're keeping it consistent in its actions on the so that BLM doesn't have any procedural reasons to dismiss your questions. It appears that the draft process letter that Mr. United drafted follows the same essential structure that we discussed at the last special meeting last week. I would be happy to provide a brief overview of the suggested changes if you're interested in such an overview.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful because I know I haven't had a chance to review the changes and I will presume the other boards haven't had the opportunity either.
I know I submitted mine about 35 minutes ago, so I sincerely apologize for that, but I wanted to have a paper copy in
So, if you look at the second paragraph of this letter, there's a change, I don't know what color it's in, but the first change is essentially a reference number that the town can use to refer to its 2016 comment using the BLM zoning language. And I just noticed an extremely tiny error in that change. There's a -2 at the end of the town of Paonia. That -2 should be removed. That's referring to a specific snippet of the town's letter, not the actual town letter in its entirety. But if you just strike that 2, that's the reference number for the town of Paonia's comment letter. The second edit right after that is to reflect the town of Paonia's support for the North Fork Alternative Plan, the community-driven management framework for oil and gas development, and has a brief description of what that plan intended to accomplish. Essentially, what we've been talking about for the last 2 years in front of you. Do you want to, if you have any questions, feel free to interrupt me about any of these specific areas. Otherwise, we can bang through and try and get out of here every single time. If that works for everybody?
Yeah, go forward, and if any board member has a question, please.
And in an attempt to make things less confusing, I may have made things more confusing. So if you have 2 versions of the letter, the one Andrew is working off of has that comment number in the second line. And all of the comments in the other letter are incorporated into the letter that Andrew's working on now.
So if we have the red, white, and blue letter.
Yes, and you have all the comments that both Patrick and I have submitted. So the second substitute edit falls under the first issue, source water protections. Patrick has recommended including language that says BLM included, the town's original letter requested that BLM adopt specific setback distances from oil and gas operations and town source water points. Those specific numbers in this amendment come directly from the 2016 comment. And there's a distinction between a quarter-mile no leasing restriction and a half-mile no surface occupancy setback. So no leasing within a half mile or a quarter mile, and no surface occupancy within a half mile. The second edit in that source water protection section, basically, we're trying this process the importance of maintaining viability of irrigated ag in the North Fork Valley, and states that BLM failed to properly analyze the impacts of the proposed scale of oil and gas development in the INP on irrigated ag in the North Valley. If we skip down, there's a section on health risks, and we suggest adding a comment directly from the 2016 comment on draft EIS that talks about the unknown impact of increased oil and gas development on the existing coal industry in the valley. The BLM has, stepping aside from the recommendation, BLM is trying to figure out how to deal with coal mine methane, and they don't know how to do it yet. And in 2016, you addressed that issue essentially, and this would continue to maintain that issue in your record comment. So, moving on to wildlife resources, Patrick added a specific statement about the Rover State Wildlife Area, using it as an example of vital wildlife habitat that the town is dependent on, and the 2016 letters request regarding that, essentially protect wildlife habitat. Scrolling down, we're being much more specific about the Jumbo Mountain request. All that again is directly from the 2016 letter and reflects the reasons that the town of Paonia offered in supporting a larger, I think it was 5,020 acre Jumbo Mountain surface or special recreation management area, preserve the quality of hiking, biking, equestrian, and ATV resources as well as historical uses such as hunting and grazing. And you in 2016 also requested that this area should include ecological emphasis area designation critical wildlife, I apologize, it's late, to protect critical winter mule, deer, and elk habitat that become relevant in just a moment. Any questions so far on the issue section? We'll roll that one. So no additions to the plan sections under protest. We'll just speak broadly about the concise statement of why the director's decision is wrong. Each of these additions from both Patrick and myself was an attempt to reflect in a little bit more detail what the BLM failed to consider from that 2016 comment. So again, we're making a distinction between the town's request for a quarter-mile setback, or a quarter-mile releasing boundary around source waters and a half-mile no surface occupancy setback, and the fact that the BLM did not adopt those setbacks. A similar amendment is made in the third paragraph under the concise statement, talking about BLM's failure to adopt the requested area, ecological emphasis area that was within Jungle Mountain SRNA. And the rest is just a little bit of that area. So I think that reflects the suggestion changes that we have to the draft letter, and I think we will be more than happy to answer any questions that you have. I'd just like to extend my thanks again to board and staff for diligent work on this issue. I know it's a lot, and I appreciate this opportunity.
Questions for Ms. Fox? At the risk of being difficult,
please,
I will reiterate the concern that I've expressed on the occasion. The revised management plan, the environmental assessment, my understanding is roughly 3,000 pages.
Yeah, it depends on what you want to count. I think the biggest number you can give is like 3,300 pages. So.
And
a lot of amendments.
We had a letter to it that was hashed out great length. We had a draft prepared by Mr. Knight, and now we have revisions to that. And the biggest problem that I see is that this board is relying totally upon your assertions. And as I said, I think you have proceeded in good faith as a person, but your organization has a view. If we had somebody come in here from the oil and gas and said, gee, this is what this plan does, A, B, C, and D, so you should oppose it because of this, and this. It would not be appropriate for this board to just go along with that analysis. And the bottom line view that I have is that there is no way for us to verify, unless we spend an unbelievable amount of time, all of the various statements being made in those matters. And I just truly believe this town, folks can pursue it. The organization clearly can pursue this issue. It has the knowledge, it has the skilled professionals to do it. They pursue the issue. Individuals can pursue the issue. But I think this is an issue the town needs to leave to others. Because I don't believe it has a skill. I don't think there's a single board member that's actually read the proposed resource management, or has gone through and actually tried to look and see what aspects impact scaling and building. So it's very problematic. And I was debating on how to address this. There were certain things that in agreement with, and some things that I didn't agree with. But I don't think we can work that out. So we do have a board that voted to submit this protest. The question becomes who signs off on it. This board of wishes can direct Mr. Knight to sign off on it. clearly within their power. But I'm uncomfortable because, quite frankly, there's assertions made that I can't remotely verify. So that is the position I'm taking before, and I thought about this a lot, and I changed that position. Yes, that was the word.
Couple things. All due respect, these are comments from the letter that we did write, and they are from the comment letter that we did write, and I do have a very well-versed memory of that letter because it was very painstakingly difficult to write, and they are from that letter that you did sign. Second of all, the oil and gas industry doesn't show up at these meetings because they don't think they have to. So, frankly, they're not here, and I'm not interested in their opinion. These people show up because they have to. Community members show up because they have to, because they need to be heard, and it's our job to represent them, and they have asked us time and time again to represent them in this way, and it is our job to do so. So, that being said, I would like to make a motion to adopt the changes submitted by the Western Slope Conservation Center and Citizens for a Healthy Community that do reflect the comments that we made in 2016 to this draft letter.
I'll second that motion.
Would you like to specify who you wish to sign the letter?
I would strongly like to see you sign the letter because you did sign it in 2016. And there is nothing substantially different from the letter that we wrote in 2016 that you did sign.
Okay. So my question to you is, are you, in your motion, are you designating who you wish to sign the letter?
In my motion, I would ask that you would sign the letter.
And I will be very direct, I want to sign it.
I will sign it.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Let's make sure we know what the motion is.
I would make a motion that we adopt the changes from the Western Slope Conservation Center and Citizens for a Healthy Community to the draft letter that was created in protest to the resource management plan. If the mayor will not sign it, I, as Mayor Pro Tem, will sign it and would ask that the town administrator also sign.
We have a motion to approve the letter with the signatory being Mayor Pro Tem, Cookout, and town administrator. We have a second on that motion.
Second on that one.
Discussion from the board.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to, this is redundant, but I really believe that the letter that was written in 2016 stated our position. We haven't really changed our position since then. And this letter merely reiterates to the BLM, here's our position, and here's what you ignore.
Is this board prepared to enter into a lawsuit against your landowner? I mean, that is ultimately what this is about. Oh, that's exactly what this is about. Yes.
So there are, I want to make sure I say this concisely. There's more than one reason to protest. I will not lie to you. The reason that citizens throughout the community is filing the protest through our partners is to ensure that we are preserving our rights through the Federal Land Management Policy Act and the National Environmental Policy Act, or the Federal Land Management Policy Act and the National Environmental Policy Act, to litigate against this plan should BLM continue to act against the interests of the community. That's one reason. We're also filing a protest against this RMP because we have a philosophical and moral problem with what the BLM has done. The town has the exact same rights afforded to any citizen of America. It also has additional rights as an agency of the state with delegated authority that the BLM considers important. You have a community of concerned and interested individuals who show up to these meetings a lot more often than I believe any of us would like. And we tell you how we feel, and that's our right as residents. And I appreciate your statements reflecting or believe that you believe me to be an honorable and open person. I have tried to be upfront with you. In that regard, I can point on a page to where every statement that was made in this letter comes from. I'd be happy to do that. We're going to need to extend the meeting to do that, but I'd be happy to do that. There's more to a protest than filing a lawsuit like this. You have a right, and I think the people in this room would say you have a responsibility to speak in our names about issues that are important to us. And whether or not the town chooses to litigate against this RFP is irrelevant in that consideration. I think that's all I have to say about that. I would strongly encourage you, Mr. Mayor, to sign this letter in your name. If that is not possible within your personal code, I respect that, and I will respectfully disagree. But I will encourage the town trustees to sign that letter in whatever way it gets it signed, so that these people can feel that they have a voice in front of an agency that manages 55% of the subsurface estate in this county, and all of our watershed essentially. And I'll thank you for that work, and ask you to bear these people and everybody else in the family and not to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to go ahead and issue the letter as edited with Mayor Pro Tem and Town Administrator signing the letter. Any further discussion?
Sorry, I'm gonna throw a wrench in the whole thing again, because I know, I guess I get really passionate about this, so, as you can all see. I also know there are other board members who are very passionate about it, so I'd like to amend my motion to include any board member who would wish to sign the letter be authorized to sign it as well.
Second that amendment.
We have take that as a motion to amend the motion to authorize any board member that wishes to sign the letter to sign the letter as a member of the board. So that is the motion that is on the table. Any further discussion? I will point out one thing. I really made this a lot. I'll tell you what, it's very frustrating to come in here and have another revision. I mean, I went through the proposed letter in some detail, really trying to figure out, okay, what things could we remove where I would be agreeable with the letter. And then basically, here at the meeting, we get handed another revision. And trying to figure out, okay, what aspects of these revisions are acceptable or not. And I find that very problematic. So just so you know, that's also a problem I encountered tonight. Any further discussion? We have a motion on the table. Anything from the public? We'll give a couple minutes each.
Europa State Line 225, Colorado. Having been a part of this ongoing relationship with the BLM, the amount of concentrated effort, personal time, community time, public input, various environmental agencies work, I find it somewhat troubling that we get bogged down in the minutia. I understand your concern in this regard, but to send a letter without the mayor signing seems counterintuitive. And I would say that in light of the fact that the BLM operates essentially with very limited public comment, period, we are forced to think on our feet. So as the board, I would suggest that the agencies in question put astonishing amounts of work into oversight, into the detail of these plans. And for myself, knowing that I have a limited amount of time, I'm more than comfortable trusting their intentions. And I think that most of the community, as we've shown over the last decade, supports those organizations and what they're doing for the good of the community.
I'm Mike Drake. I live just outside of town. I drink your water. So we're like cousins. I accidentally showed my wife where she could find something in this gazillion pages of this plan that reflected something she wanted to protest. And when she went through that, she brought this page to me and I read it, and there's a sentence in there that just appalls me to no end against BLM. Because it basically says when it comes to air and water pollution and all that stuff, we, the BLM, don't have to consider that. Because Colorado's got this state law and it's going to take care of it. And the county commissioners say that doesn't do anything on public land. And the BLM repeatedly through this RMP basically chooses to say, yeah, that's a risk, whatever it is they're talking about. If that's the people that lease it have to worry about it, not us. And it's like, read your mission. It's to protect this for people forever. So no, they're not standing up and doing what they should do. And I'm 99% sure that my protest letter and your protest letter will have no impact. But you got to poke that bear in the eye. Thanks.
Good evening, Colorado Ostrander, 140 North Park Ave. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to point out that it is traditional for advocacy organizations to advise on letters that are issue specific, and that has been done. And on both sides, you could argue there are cases where industry has provided feedback to letters that government agencies sign, and in this case, there are two conservation groups providing recommendations for letters to sign. So in public process, it does not outside the scope of public process to be reliant upon stakeholders to create and address the issues at hand. So I don't think your moral integrity is in question, although I understand why you phrased it that way, because what I'm understanding is you're saying, is this ethical? Would I do this for the other side? I just want to raise the point that in public process this happens all the time on both sides. So I don't actually think you're in any risk in that way. Secondarily, I don't know if you guys follow the national news. I try not to. But Mr. Mueller is testifying tomorrow. Has anybody read his report? Yeah. All right. So well, that makes sense if you read it. There you go. So I would trust the person. I'm like halfway through the abridged version of it. My point is that we also have a lot of public hearings and processes throughout our government agencies where the entire governing bodies do not necessarily have the time to read the full report, but rely on expert testimony to make decisions that are in compliance with the public and stakeholders' values, and in that case with the law. And I think that in this case, the point that's being made is that we don't have a lot of legal recourse, and town government is actually one of the few levers that we do have in this conversation. So I appreciate your abstaining, and I also hear your point that last minute revisions are maybe not so great. So I just want to say thank you for iterating your stance, and please take these other considerations into account. Thank you.
I just want to make sure everybody's aware that the national BLM offices are proposed to be moved to Grand Junction. I guess this year, next year. So maybe that will give us the opportunity to get their attention in a more personal manner.
Okay. Anyone else who wishes to address this issue, please?
Hello, Melissa Munoz, 503 5th Street. A couple of points. I think Paola pointed out some very good things that I wanted to mention in there, so I won't repeat that. But a few things I would like to touch on, and that is, maybe not many people know this unless you have been at some different kind of oil and gas meetings with the county and the planning group. But the silent majority is a term that gets thrown around, and that is the majority of people, I assume, it has been categorized as people who really want oil and gas development. No matter what it seems, because there's no ifs, ands, or buts in it. But the silent minority, or the loud minority, is here in our neck of the woods. And this area seems to have, and I know it has really raised its voices up. And a tremendous amount of other people out of our scope, 42,000, that's a huge number. So I would like to say to you, Mr. Mayor, many people in this area don't feel like the county represents the loud minority. We need you to, because they don't and they won't, and we do show up. And it doesn't matter, but we continue to show up with really legit concerns. We're not asking for ridiculous and just out of scope things. This was a guide for the BLM to please consider this. And it seemed like it was greatly debated and discussed, and you may not have felt comfortable about it then, and you obviously don't feel comfortable about it now, but I am asking you to please represent that loud minority. And I'd like a show of hands. I would not dare ask everyone to come up here who would like him to sign, but raise your hand if you would like for him to sign onto this letter. We are the silent, or the loud minority. Please stand with us. We understand there are some things you're not completely comfortable with. Anyhow. And then the other point I just wanted to ask is that we're bringing on a lawsuit. Can you please point out a lawsuit that has happened in a public comment process with the BLM from at this point that has resulted in a lawsuit?
Anyone else? And I'm not hearing anyone. We have yes. Okay. Please, Trustee.
I understand the pressure the mayor feels right now, and I want to respect his individual right not to sign. I think that's a fair thing, and that's just my position on it.
Yes, Trustee Wilson.
Yeah, I just have two things to say. One, I just want to say that we can have a healthy debate, and I can get really fired up about his decision, but I respect it. Two, I really want to say that I also very, very much respect and appreciate Patrick and Andrew for all that they do, because yeah, there's no way that we could weed through a 3,300 page document, and it is imperative that we have partners in the community that help advise us and take the time. And so I just want to again thank you for all of the time and effort that you put into helping deconstruct these issues for us and always constantly are keeping us informed when sometimes the BLM doesn't. So I appreciate that very much.
We have a procedural matter that we do need to deal with. We are rapidly approaching 9:30 by rule. We would have to end this meeting 9:30 without a motion to extend the meeting. So I would entertain a motion to extend the meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I move we extend the meeting for half an hour.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, that motion carries. Any other comments on the pending motion? What I will say is this, I don't doubt the sincerity of people's beliefs. There are concerns that I share. I don't share all the concerns in the same degree. I also think that the BLM is sort of stuck in the middle to a great extent, both in terms of pressure from the gas industry, pressure from environmental groups. And part of their task is to try to work that out. And how well they work it out is an extremely complicated question to answer. And I don't believe the board has taken the time to really figure that out. And I do believe that while this issue is very important, the town is trying to deal with a whole lot of issues that affect it in a real immediate fashion that this board needs to have a real good understanding of to be able to act on in a thoughtful way. And we are getting spread way too thin. And this is one of the things that's spreading us way too thin. Any other comments from the board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Say. That motion carries. That was the, okay. And so now the motion as amended would be to authorize the letter as presented with Mayor Pro Tem signing, with the town administrator signing, and any board member that wishes to sign. Understand? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. We will move forward on to the next item. We need to take recess. Okay. I'll entertain a motion to recess for 5 minutes. Second. All in favor? Opposed?
things we're trying to figure out here is how to move forward with this agenda in a way where we get as much accomplished as possible without being here until 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. And one of the very real possibilities would be to deal with a number of things. The 2020 budget calendar, I don't think that will take long. We can probably take care of it quickly. The findings of fact, I think, is something, the Greenbelt Nation findings of fact, I think is something that we can address relatively quickly. And I know the board has traveled a couple hours to be here and have to travel again if we were to extend that out. The business registration ordinance, the home occupation ordinance, second reading can wait. There's no problem delaying that. The ordinance approving annexation, we could indeed go forward with that. There has been a suggestion that in terms of zoning, we can, by rules, lay that up to 90 days. Is that correct? And there's two advantages, but that's probably the issue we probably have to discuss the most. The other thing is that that issue may, depending on what happens with the 133 overlay, become pretty much moot. So it seems to me that that might be something to continue. The last thing in terms of potential change, Mr. Nerlin had indicated that it might be wise to discuss a moratorium on development on Highway 133, which is item 23, before we talk about the Highway 133 overlay in the formula business, since that could potentially make some of that move. So this would be my suggestion. I hope someone is following along, because I don't know if I can fix up that. But we'll go ahead. But I would entertain a motion to amend the agenda. We'll do the 2020 budget calendar. We'll do the resolution, Greenbelt District findings of fact. We will continue ordinance 2019-05, business registration. We will continue ordinance 2019-06, the home occupation process. And we will handle ordinance 2019-07, the Greenbelt issue approval of annexation. Continue the zoning. And move item 23 up. So we'll discuss that in advance. The point business and the 133 overlay.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, I'm going to just say that things are to continue. To continue, number 16, ordinance 2019-05, business registration to the next regular meeting. To continue, number 17, 2019-06, home occupation process to the next scheduled meeting. To continue ordinance 2019-08, the Greenbelt addition zoning to our next regularly scheduled meeting, and to move item 23, the discussion of a moratorium on development 133 corridor, to position 19 to precede the ordinance 2019 TBD zoning amendment highway 133 corridor formula business discussion.
You have a second on that? Second. Any discussion from the board? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you haven't addressed item 13.
That's true. The timing on that is what? 10 minutes ago? In terms of deadlines that you are facing, is there anything that you would
basically there's a hard deadline.
It's flexible.
I'm sorry,
It's flexible.
it's flexible. Would you have objections to that being continued to the next meeting? I think you probably get a more receptive ear. At least folks will be a little more awake.
I think that's all right.
Okay, we appreciate that. So we would also continue that as well. Is that included in your motion?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else anyone else's notes? Okay, we have, and we still have a second on that, is that correct?
Yes.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the 2020 budget calendar. I think it's pretty straightforward. The 2020 budget has to be filed by the end of the year. To get that budget done, we need to have a number of workshops and hearings. There is a proposed calendar in packet or entertaining a motion to approve the budget calendar.
Mr. Mayor, I move the approved budget calendar 2020.
Any discussion from the board? Anything from members of the public? Hearing anything, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Okay, the next item on the agenda is resolution 2019-12, the Greenbelt Edition findings of fact. The petition for annexation has been filed. We have completed the planning commission hearing and the hearing for the board of trustees this evening. When the annexation is approved, the board must make specific findings of fact. Those findings of fact are contained in resolution 2019-12. To move this forward, I entertain a motion to adopt resolution 2019-12.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution 2019-12. Second.
Any discussion from the board? I'm not hearing anything from the public. I am not hearing anything. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. The next item is ordinance 2019-07, the Greenbelt Edition approval of annexation. We have conducted hearings and make findings of fact to annex the property once the ordinance passed to do so. That proposed ordinance is in packet. We entertain a motion to approve ordinance 2019-07.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance 2019-07.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion in regard to the ordinance. I'm hearing nothing from the board. Anything from members of the public?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Knight.
And Mr. Merlin, please interject. I would appreciate a motion to adopt the ordinance and to authorize staff to sell the water and sewer tap so that they don't have to wait until everything is finalized.
Yes.
I'm not sure if that should be, if that can be a part of this motion or it should be a second motion.
I think it can be a part of this motion. I think it's implicit because the only thing that would be outstanding would be the zoning, but why not put it on the record? That that's what the desire is.
I can modify my motion to adopt ordinance 2019-07 and authorize staff to sell the board a water and sewer tap.
Second, stand on that. Any discussion from the board? Anything from the public? Hearing anything, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Okay. Next item on the agenda.
Is it appropriate for me to ask a question?
No, please. Please, yeah, please come on.
I would just like to ask that at any point in time, if we are, I guess the question really is, we are very much in support of doing this as, in a mutually beneficial way and doing it in an expedited way. But if there's a point in time where we have gone beyond the point of no return, I guess the question is, if we do put out zoning to the way out in the future, but somehow we approve the purchase of the tap at this point, what would become of us and you if we were in the limbo state and everything was hunky-dory and we were basically unzoned? That's the question, I guess, that I have.
Okay, and that's a very fair question, Mr. Owen.
That can't happen statutorily. We have to have this resolved within 90 days.
So, and we find ourselves back here within 90 days, hashing out the details of the zoning, but say we were not in agreement, and my wife and I were like, wow, one llama, I don't think that's going to fly, and no business unless we ask for it, and that may not be approved. We withdraw our proposal at that point, and then we have a tap that we have to give back. So that's the question, and I don't know the answer.
No, that's a very fair question. It seems to me that once that ordinance is passed, and the property becomes part of the town. And there will be the first reading, there will be a second reading on this.
Yeah, that would be the second reading, so, yes.
And I guess the question would be that before that ordinance passes, the board could change its mind. If the board came in here and said, gee, we don't want to go forward, and the ordinance is not yet passed, I would presume that the board would come back, reverse course.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. It would be 30 days. It's just 30 days after adoption. There's not going to be a second reading.
Second reading, okay. So basically 30 days from
if this is passed.
So you would have an ordinance that would be effective 30 days from tonight.
Right.
Get back in there.
And then it would be, and then the board, I mean, there can be a discussion with respect to the zoning, but ultimately that's a board decision. And if the boards don't like that, they would have to be in. Or amend, file a petition to rezone, whatever it might be.
So yeah, there is a point of no return. And any question?
Sorry.
Go ahead, please.
I'm sorry. So, I mean, maybe it's, if you wanted to ask that this be continued and allow for the consideration, have it part and parcel.
That might be a legitimate thing for you to do. If you want to have both the annexation and the zoning considered at the same time, then what we would have to do is hold off on the ordinance, otherwise we would start that clock.
So if we were not to hold off and combine this as one consideration, then this approval process would then result in, we'll find out what we've been zoned at a later point.
The bottom line is this: if in fact the 30 days passes and the ordinance comes into effect, the property will be part of the town. If there is a resolution regarding the zoning within that 30-day period, great. I guess the concern would be if there's not a resolution of the zoning issue within that 30-day period, then you're in a situation where the property is in the town, but the zoning has not been resolved. So your option, is basically you can move forward with this ordinance, and the annexation would happen in 30 days. We'll obviously will try to address the zoning issue as soon as we possibly can, but you run some risk that zoning determination may not be something that you ultimately agree with.
Because the determination will be in your jurisdiction exclusively, we will no longer have the right to withdraw.
That's correct. That's correct.
So if we
one
want-
option would be for us to continue the ordinance, because the ordinance really has the effect of annexing the property. So one option would be for the motion to be withdrawn. If in fact you wish, we could continue that item as well.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, but
What I'm saying is this: I mean, if we go ahead and pass this ordinance 30 days from tonight, property will become part of the town. If the zoning issue is not been resolved in those 30 days, property still part of the town. And the town itself will not be able to reverse course of that particular zoning. So the question becomes one of, do you want to try to have the annexation and the zoning basically trap each other so that, bottom line is, if you would say, hey, look, you want to withdraw our petition, the town is not going to pass an ordinance.
Well, I'll say this, it's 100% not what we want to do to be withdrawn. Our sense is that there's a spirit of cooperation and that you guys get what we're up to, and it fits perfectly inside of the corridor, plan. So we're not wanting to create, tension or.
Oh, it's not a matter of tension. Quite frankly, it's not a matter of tension on our part. Quite frankly, this board is willing to, cooperate with you in terms of dealing with that. I do think you have this very difficult situation, though, that without annexation, you can find yourself in water. So
Yeah, that would be
the most important reality that kind of trumps everything else. So.
Okay, so I don't think we have a problem having the zoning unresolved. That's what being pre-annexed is, as I understand it, is, we'll get to that later.
No, you won't be pre-annexed.
I see.
Got it. Part of the town.
Okay. So, and then that, Chuck, look at it.
Yeah, I think we were under the impression that that continuing the annexation question to the next meeting was putting some stress on you guys in terms of connecting water and sewer. If that's not the case, then it seems to me that continuing the annexation question, this resolution to the next meeting to couple it with zoning makes most sense. If it's not a hardship to you to wait another 2 weeks for that.
We thought, I think the reason we thought let's do it tonight was because the sense that we had was we could get there from here and our heads are all in it. It's fresh in our minds, so why not attempt to conclude it this evening? But it sounds like that's not practical.
Yeah, I don't think we have this zoning issue resolved. If you want to have these two track.
So then the motion today would be.
So I will draw my motion.
Okay, great. Now we've got a second and you actually vote on it.
Okay.
You would need
So you need a motion to reconsider.
motion, a person voting in the affirmative would need to make a motion. And first you need to make a motion to extend the meeting.
Okay, first I make a motion to extend the meeting for 30 minutes.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Now I make a motion to reconsider the previous motion,
It'd be the approval.
the approval of ordinance 2019-07
Yeah.
You have a second?
And the tax.
and the sale of water tap and sewer tap.
Second.
Any further discussion on the property?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, maybe I'm oversimplifying this, but I just saw two options that we could have for zoning. And in my mind, I was pretty close to a decision about what I thought zoning would be appropriate. And I'm not sure if this full confused discussion, we could have figured out the zoning in that amount of time.
It's my
Well, I'm probably gonna vote against the motion, because I think we can figure out the zoning. I'd rather get it over with than go back, because it's really fresh right now. It's fresh in my mind.
The only reason other to extend the zoning is to make it resolve 133 overlay. In other words, it makes sense to be 133 overlay to be incorporated in our zoning code. And that's what they will be under. So that's one of the advantages also continuing the zoning. So please,
It's my opinion / understanding that the developing resources in the overlay of the 133 corridor is so nearly identical to the concept of developing resources, with the caveat that we include this definition of neighborhood commercial. They are identical. So in my mind, the natural thing to do would be to use the developing resources container that exists in the town, amend it as it were, or with the caveat that we're going to observe, use, honor this neighborhood commercial, then if the overlay were to Pac-Man, this thing, it's like a 1-for-1, it's the same thing, and we would just be nudged to the left, and we could be done with it tonight, and, you know, that's an option.
Okay, so I think folks understand the issues. We have a motion to reconsider. We actually did have a vote on the order, correct? So we now have a motion to reconsider. And that has been seconded. That would reverse course on the ordinance. If we do that, then one option would be to simply deal with the zoning here tonight.
You just have to amend the agenda because you took that.
Okay, we can do that. So that's either go ahead and send. Go ahead, yes, Mr. Knight.
If you're going to amend the agenda to bring back the greenbelt zoning, then you can withdraw this motion, but you don't need to. You only need to have a motion to reconsider if the boards are then unhappy with the zoning.
Right.
So you don't need to vote on this. You can withdraw this motion and make a motion to amend it.
I agree. Trustee, okay.
I will withdraw my motion.
The bottom line is, we have ordinance that has been approved, property will be annexed in 30 days. The issue now is zoning.
Mayor, let me make a motion to put zoning back on the agenda and do it now.
Second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, that motion carries. Now, in terms of the zoning, does anyone wish to make a motion regarding the zoning district?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a real amateurish attempt at it. What was the name of that non-E1 alternative?
Developing resources.
Okay, developing resource, I move that we sign up with developing resource.
We have a second on that.
Okay. Discussion. Okay.
We have a motion and a second to zone this as developing resources. Questions or comments on the ordinance? Trustee Bach?
So can we add the neighborhood commercial use onto this?
Yeah, I think that's what the town manager or town administrator is recommending, that it would be DR with the neighborhood commercial use.
Then I would like to amend the motion to make it developmental resources district with a neighborhood commercial use.
We have a second
I'll
on
second.
that motion. Okay, we have a motion made to amend the main motion to add neighborhood commercial use. Any discussion from the board on the motion to amend the main motion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So now the main motion.
Was there a further discussion from?
Well, it's gonna be, we're gonna get back, what we did is just amend the main motion. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get back to the main motion. I will not give you an opportunity to look at public an opportunity. So the main motion is amended is to zone this as developing resource district with the neighborhood commercial use. Any further discussion from members of the board? Not hearing it. Personally, as I think I've said, I do think that E1 may be a more appropriate district, but I think this also is appropriate. It works with what the applicant wishes to do, and I do think it's important that we bring the property into town. Any comments, questions from members of the public specific to this? Please. Yep.
I should know what the separate category. Congressman, so as we customize this, or I guess DR by nature is more flexible, more vague. So as we clarify this DR, I just want to put in the two concepts of that we are making ourselves available to be in discussion about open space use. If that's of value to the groups, we could either specify that in this or not. And we are hopeful and very much interested in having the ability to do livestock the way you could in the state of Colorado. In a small herd, that's our personal interest, is small, but we would honor those state laws of animals. I think animals are an issue, whereas crops not so much. So all of our stuff will be small, and I don't know if that ag aspect needs to be addressed, but I'm going to just ask.
Okay. Any other comments, questions from members of the public? Yes, please, come forward.
I think by virtue of the fact that we're expediting this process and showing good faith, why not throw in the idea that the open spaces, I don't know if that's another amendment or maybe it's too much to ask for, but it would be cool to have that be like part of the process.
I think that that's not necessarily something that falls under zoning specifically, and so that I think could be talked about at a later date. I do just want to say how pleasant and wonderful it's been to have you guys here, and how great it is to have people so excited to be part of the town and so willing to open your space for something that could be great for everybody. So thank you for that.
Continue with that. So we work on the open space later. The open space is completely up to the board. Okay, we have a motion and a second to zone this as a developing resource with the neighborhood commercial use. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries.
They can't run in April, they can run in. No, 365 is not so, they can't run in April.
Okay, I believe that actually what we're going to try to do is deal with item 3 next, which is the discussion of the moratorium on development along Highway 133 corridor. Mr. Nerlin raised the suggestion that we would want to discuss this and why it's added to the agenda and why we're moving it up. So Mr. Nerlin, I'll let you speak to this particular issue.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a follow-up on the discussion that we had on 7 and 9 and the direction that our office received to look at both a formula of business ordinance and a highway 133, or incorporating the highway 133 master plan into the town zoning code. With respect to both of those directions, we prepared two proposed ordinances for simply discussion this evening, and not to be introduced, with the understanding that they need to be referred to the planning commission that's meeting on the 31st of this month, and after the planning commission providing any comments, the earliest that they could be adopted as an emergency basis would be the 1st of August, and there's a special meeting called for the 1st. My concern in going through this process is, frankly, the law of unintended consequences, in that I think both the formula of business and Highway 133 corridor overlay district as drafted, while I like the drafts and the concepts that are out there, I do think that it behooves the town and board of trustees to allow for the public process to play out. However, I also understand that there is concern with respect to potential development and properties that may be annexed into the town. In an effort to address those concerns and in an effort to make sure that development moving forward is in accordance with the Highway 133 master plans and with the guidelines that the community articulated under that I think that it may be, behooves, the town to look at a moratorium, and have that as an agenda item, maybe first sent to the planning commission and then as an agenda item for August 1st, while we discuss and have, more of a public process with respect to the overlay and the formula business.
Questions for Mr. Chairman? Yes, Mr. Muller.
So, do we have the right to put a moratorium on the Highway 133 corridor even though it's county land?
The moratorium would only to apply to within the town. So any property within the town or annexed into the town.
So then the Stall Road property would not fall into this.
But it is scheduled for annexation on August 13th.
Okay.
Other questions?
Just trying to get the timing right. So if we discuss the moratorium tonight, and then the planning commission reviews it, and then we pass the moratorium on the 1st, then even though that property is annexed on the 13th, it would fall under the moratorium.
It would be subject to a moratorium.
Okay, that's not going to make
Or any other properties that would come in.
The only question I have in terms of replacing moratorium, what prevents someone from seeking development rights directly with the county and saying, gee, the town has put a moratorium, which you need to develop in the county.
Our fallback would be the 133 or but I mean, we wouldn't have any ability if somebody was trying to develop in the county other than what we have with respect to the 133 corridor.
And that growth agreement would actually force annexation. So I guess, yeah, I guess what you're saying, and please correct me wrong, is that this gives us potentially another tool. And that what we're talking about right now is sending three things to planning. Sending the 133 overlay and sending the formula business ordinance to planning. What we would do is actually send the moratorium as well.
Right.
And that would be drafted in pairs so that the planning commission could look at that. So that the planning commission would have, another option besides just the formal business or the 133 overlay. But there would be another option if in fact we determine there are some issues with how we're proceeding. Is that more or less the sense of what
That's kind of my thought process, and then, I still think that the board would probably want to have that meeting on August 1st, or at the very least, to the extent they wanted to move forward with the moratorium. You could also introduce at first reading, incorporate, I know it's a very short time frame, but potentially reflect any comments that the planning commission might have, or you could have first reading on the 13th with respect to the formula business and the 133 overlay. But do a first and second reading.
Okay, so I guess the question is this, in terms of direction from the board, it would be for Mr. Nerlin to prepare an ordinance that would impose a moratorium on development on the Highway 133 corridor. That would be the direction for him to prepare it, and that would be sent to the planning commission.
And then, I guess with that, I have a couple of thoughts that you guys might want to consider in terms of a time frame, potentially looking at 30, 60, 90 days, 6 months, whatever it might have to be. And then the other avenue or aspect is, do you want the moratorium to apply to all development, or is it just commercial development, or maybe exclude residential, things of that nature?
And I will bring up another somewhat difficult issue. The moratorium will be water tax, will be development. There are things the town
phase 3, which are moving forward, I think based upon the availability of water taps, and I guess potentially the availability of property that may or may not be within this 133 corridor. And I get somewhat concerned about a moratorium in the sense that we're tying our hands with other things that we have committed to. So that is, I throw that out because I think it's a real issue that in terms of deciding whether or not in fact impose a moratorium, we need to look at. But, my sense is this gives us another option, it turns out, because just
Yeah, I guess that's my question, is this, would this moratorium, would we give specific direction to only being in a specific area? Is that how?
Yeah, it wouldn't be I mean, obviously it's the board's discretion, but what I was thinking, it would just be along the area, area A as defined within the 133 corridor master.
So the issue at this point is not whether or not to declare the moratorium. The question is whether or not to have the town attorney draft an ordinance and have that referred to the planning commission. Yes.
I'm wondering, so the public would have a chance to comment on all of this at the Planning and Zoning Commission and also at the special meeting on the first, so there's lots of public comment.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct, yeah. There's no action being taken tonight other than simply direction to draft the ordinance and to be submitted to planning. Planning would have a public hearing on all three of these items, and then ultimately all three of these items come back to the board. Yes, Mr. Knight.
Actually, Mr. Maryland really answered but I really wanted to, having spent a fair amount of time reading the 133 plan, again, you can't, I believe that Mr. Maryland can correct me, but I think you can only place the moratorium on planning area A because that's the one that in the agreement the county has agreed to give us primacy over. In area B, they have agreed to consult with us. So, and again, so if there's any questions on anybody about why it's only planning area A and not planning area B, that is what's written in the agreement, and I think, Bo knew that, but I'm not sure if everybody in the audience would understand why we're specifying A and not B. But it's the way the agreement is written, is the county only has to consult with us on B. They have given us authority in A, so.
Thank you for that clarification. Yes,
Okay, so I would move that we direct the town attorney to draft a resolution to institute a moratorium on commercial development in Area A along the Highway 133 corridor to present to the Planning Commission.
We have a second on that.
Second.
Any further discussion from the board? Anything from the public? Hearing anything, all in favor, say yes.
Part of clarification, it should be an ordinance.
Okay, we have a motion to draft the ordinance and refer it to planning. Any further discussion?
Are the fourth in area A, are we putting moratorium on their development?
Yeah, sorry.
No. Because they just said.
Okay. They're part of the town.
They're part of the town, there you
At this point, this is only direction to draft a proposed ordinance. It is not the adoption of the ordinance.
And the ordinance did specify commercial development.
Commercial development.
Okay, do we have?
For 90 days.
In terms of the motion that's on the table.
Okay, I will clarify. The motion is to have the town attorney draft a resolution, ordinance to place a moratorium on commercial development in Area A along the Highway 133 corridor for a period of 90 days.
Any further discussion from the board? Anything, yes, Mr. Mayor.
Will this put restrictions on current businesses who are operating out there?
Mr. Earl?
No, I think it would just be the development of any new commercial.
Any further discussion from members of the board? Nothing from the public. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion is carried. Okay. Let's go back to number 20, ordinance 2019, determining zoning amendment highway 133 corridor formula businesses. Mr. Nerlin has prepared a proposed ordinance that would prohibit formula businesses from C1 and allow formula businesses in C2, I1, and I2 only upon special review. A copy of that is in the packet. The board cannot act on this tonight. It needs to be referred to the zoning commission. And this is for discussion only. So, questions, comments from members of the board regarding this?
I guess my question is why formula businesses couldn't be prohibited in the C2 zone.
Why they prohibited C2? With C2?
Why they could not be prohibited. It's a special, permitted by special review.
Excuse me, C2, that's correct. Mr. Earl? C1 is, so people know, C1 is the core commercial district where simply the ordinance prohibits farming businesses, but the C2 would be by special review. Mr. Earl?
There's no explicit reason why it could. The direction that we had was to mirror some of the comments that were provided in the packet from the 7-9 meeting, which had this content. But to the extent that the board wanted to refer to change so that it's a prohibition of commercial businesses, existing formula businesses in C1 and C2, we could make that. And do think that putting I'm careful because as you guys know, we generally don't put legal advice in open session, but an outright ban of formula businesses throughout the commercial district probably creates more of a due process argument for those businesses, whereas if you have a special review with the burden on the applicant to kind of meet the requirements under that portion of the code.
So then we could do square footage and things like that, as Mr. Knight suggested to me earlier.
Certainly it's something that, you know, we could look at in terms of square footage restrictions. I mean, I think that your master plan does a good job of highlighting the importance of the C1 downtown commercial core and the unique characteristics of that. And so I think that having the prohibition for the formula businesses within the C1 core more substantiated by the master plan versus not really as addressed in C2. Look at the 133 core plan.
And one of the things that folks need to kind of think about is that if you look around town, there are a number of local businesses that provide essential services to the town. Remax, State Farm, Napa, Emerald is True Value. First Colorado Bank has multiple branches. First State Bank has multiple branches. Subway. You know, I think folks need to think about this a little bit. The concern is large box stores. I mean, that is a real concern. And to a great extent, I think the 133 corridor really tries to deal with that. Tries to deal with what things look like, the design of the buildings, not necessarily what they're doing. So I think you just have to be cautious of the fact that there are a lot of forms of businesses that provide essential services that we've gotten very used to. And there may very well be other forms of businesses that we may be more agreeable to, that may provide some services. We're going to take public comment here in a second. Let's have the board talk about what it wants to talk about, and then we'll open it up to the public. Yes, Trustee Bachman.
So could we also put a restriction in there that a formula business above a certain square footage would have to bond sufficient to be able to take the building down if they deserted? I know this comes from my experience in Cortez, where Walmart built a big store on the edge of town, then built another store in town, and that other old empty store has sat there for 20 years as an eyesore as you drive into the town of Paonia. And I'd like to be able to prevent that. I mean, Cortez, sorry.
Other comments, questions, responses? The one thing that's nice about this ordinance, it protects the core district. And that is very important. I do like having some flexibility outside of the core district, because it could be approved upon special review. It basically means to go back to planning, go back to the public process. And the 133 corridor agreement is something that folks worked on for a long time. It wasn't something that just happened overnight. A lot of folks worked on that for quite a while. And the same concerns that are being expressed now were expressed in the past. And of course, during council, during all the people that worked on it. So it is something that is fairly well thought out. And so in terms of this ordinance, it seems to be a Texas Court District does provide some flexibility outside of the Court District. Yes, we are a bit away from another motion to extend. We wish to try to.
I don't think we're going to finish.
No.
I would move that we extend our meeting to 30 minutes.
We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Anything else the board wants to say? We'll open up the public comment. I'm not hearing anything else from the board. Members of the public wish to comment on this. Please come forward.
Hey everybody, Thomas Marco, 302 2nd Street. First of all, I want to say thank you to the board and to Mr. Nerlin, my most profound thanks for expediting this and taking it very seriously. I think that you incorporated everything that I had to say very strongly and explicitly. There are a couple typos. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to address those.
I noted those as well, but certainly I'm happy to take comment.
Sure. The page 1 of the, and I guess for now I'm talking about the ordinance regarding just the formula business, or you just disregard it? Or should I go over that as well? Okay, that's page 1 on the last recital, whereas in an effort to comply with 133 corridor master plan is consistent in the town of Paonia's. I think just striking is consistent is the intended verbiage on page 4, closing bracket on the effective date probably doesn't matter because it will be changed. And the final page 5, as required by code, is that code. And I have some others for the other ordinance. Should I do that now or later? And that's pretty much it. I think this verbiage is compared to other ordinances that I saw, everything that I reviewed, it's very explicit, very thorough, and thank you so much for doing this.
Yes, please, sir.
The old businesses that you're referring to in town as being formula businesses, I can't speak for all of them, but I can in particular speak for Dependable Lumber. True Value is not a formula business, it is merely a hardware wholesaler. We take advantage of their national branding. They do not tell us what we can and can't do, what we can and can't buy, or where we can buy from. So it is not a formula business.
Monica Focus, number 9, 3rd Street. I just kind of want to add a little bit on what he said. And the issue isn't that I think that most of us are anti-business or even anti-formula business. But I think that when we're allowing a franchise or a chain restaurant or a chain business to come into our town, we need to think about how that business operates within our town and whether or not we want that particular asset here. And just as Trustee Bachran has mentioned, they could easily go up and leave a vacant store there. So it's just something to think about. How they do business is really important and how it will affect our community. Thank you.
Any other comments? Please.
Michelle Pattison, 3022nd. I just want to say that I think Trustee Bachran's idea about having the business bonded to the point where they can take down the building if they decide to leave is brilliant. I think that's wonderful and should be incorporated into the ordinance if possible.
Any other comments from members of the public? I'm not hearing anything. We will move on then to ordinance 2019, determining the Highway 133 overlay. In 2011, the county adopted the Highway 133 corridor master plan. The master plan crafted really to address the development along Highway 133. The agreement applies to property within the county. The town is looking at the annexed property that is within that 133 corridor. And the reality is we need an ordinance that basically says that the requirements of the 133 corridor agreement will apply to those properties that are annexed in the town. Is that correct? That's kind of the bottom line and purpose of this ordinance. There is a proposed ordinance in the packet.
It's just for discussion, it's not for introduction. We would also refer to the Planning Commission. Frankly, the Highway 133 corridor overlay plan is a really good plan, and you can tell that it took a lot of committee members to put that together. But forgive the platitude, but the football has never really carried across the goal line with respect to incorporating the plan into our zoning ordinances so that if and when a property does become annexed within the area A, it is subject to the plan itself. So with that, the goal with the proposed ordinance is to create an overlay district so that those areas within area A, as they become, if and when they do become annexed into the town, they would have their underlying zoning, which we kind of talked about this evening with the greenbelt zoning in terms of coming in as a DR, but then there would be an overlay district on top of that, so development would need to be within the guidelines of the plan. What I've tried to do is not rewrite the plan or go through all the goals and policies that are within it, but just look for the review criteria so that if and when somebody is developing and subject to the overlay district, they're required to meet the review criteria as basically kind of outlined in the proposed ordinance, which specifically asks them to focus on how their development fits with the Highway 133 corridor master plan. There are several exemptions from the overlay district. Those would just be for public purposes. Frankly, it would be facilities installed for public health, safety, and welfare by the town, such as public utilities, buildings, things of that nature, public improvements such as pedestrian and automobile bridges, trails, and recreational amenities, irrigation structures, and then any sort of bank stabilization along the river. And so that is kind of the overview of what the overlay ordinance proposes.
Questions or comments from the board? Not hearing any. Trustee Buncher, would you speak up, please?
I think the question was whether or not this would be brought back. So what we would want to do is send this to planning commission too. So it would be on the 31st, and then
So we don't get it back until August.
the 1st.
Well, both of these would go to the planning commission, 31st back to the board on the 1st. Other questions from members of the board? Not hearing any questions from members of the public regarding the bill? Yes, please.
Once again, have just a couple of typos to address, and I also want to, I guess you last, but Mr. Eller's concern regarding the storage of fertilizer, I think is valid and could be addressed by adjusting the wording of the plan on page 20 to account for it. It says the manufacturing and storage of fertilizers prohibited. You can strike storage and address his concerns. And then regarding the typos or problems I see on this, on page 2, the third recital from the bottom, whereas amendments to the official zoning map of the town of Paonia are allowed so long as the amendments are not averse. I think perhaps adverse was the intended word there. And by midway, the board hereby affirms its commitment to the Highway 133 corridor master plan. There's therein, I think perhaps it's therein, one word. On page 3, section 2, I'm not sure which sentence, to incorporate the vision and the extensive planning of Highway 133 advisory committee and developing of Highway 133 corridor master plan that is necessary to create, should be create. And then section 3, I don't know whether this is the first sentence, right in the middle there's a singular citizen, there should be plural citizens. On page 4, private property limits is in parentheses, kind of in the middle of section 5, 62130 overlay district. I'm not sure if that was what that was referring to, or if there was a section perhaps that was meant to be elaborated, if there was not. And then on page 7, again, go ahead and aside from that, awesome job, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments from public and recreation?
Just as a kind of clarification, maybe, or for me certainly, or maybe for others. So the idea of an existing zone, say the liquor store is C2. Am I correct in understanding that the overlay essentially is that if there are limitations that the overlay would place on a pre-existing zone, for example, ours being this amended DR from the town, then the business, say the liquor store, might find itself, or we might find ourselves either limited or released from limits based on the nature of how those two kind of sync up. So I'm imagining that there are multiple zones. Clearly there are multiple zones allowed in that area by virtue of the fact that the liquor store is different than the board property. And I just was, I guess I was wondering if it's a release from certain restrictions and application of others as they apply. Is that right?
Yeah, it would just be, it's always the more restricted.
Always more restricted.
Yeah. So if you have your town PR zoning or town commercial zoning, then one of the specific things with respect to the Highway 133 master plan is there's a restriction on the size of commercial buildings. So you can come in and get a commercial zoning, but then they also be prohibited from developing anything in excess of what's allowed under the 133 corridor.
But an example of our place, if there were anything, language that DR assigned for the town's version of that, that was not present in the overlay, does the restriction of DR, I don't think there is anything, but would the restriction release from the town and cap out at the underside of the overlay, or does things just stay?
No, it always like I said, it's always the more restrictive, so.
Okay, if town's that more restrictive and the overlay comes on, that more restrictive, the town stays.
Yeah, you don't get an up zone to what's allowed, or increase your use to what's allowed under the 133.
Okay, great, that makes sense. I just want to get clear about that. And then the other thing was the comment the gentleman made about the fertilizer. I don't know if making compost is considered making fertilizer, but the production and storage of fertilizer might be, both production and storage might be considered as speed struck, because it could be said that making compost is making fertilizer. So I just want to put that out in support of our neighbor who has a business making and storing fertilizer.
Okay. Any other comments regarding this matter? Hearing none. Mr. Runner appears to be coming back in to preside over tonight.
Somebody was screaming.
Mr. Bruner, the next act on the agenda is Ms. Bruner's request regarding citizen initiative for moratorium on water tap sales. It's my understanding Mr. Bruner would like to request the board pass a moratorium on water tap sales. If not, then Mr. Bruner needs to come to pass the ordinance by citizen initiative. That's pretty close. As I said earlier, I've handed in a petition for review by the clerk. Excuse me. And it's going to take a little while to get it finalized. There's some typos and stuff in there. Language should be worked out. But the point is, I think it's time to do it. I have the right of initiative. The initiative is going to go forward. It's going to take a little over 100 signatures, and in a couple of weeks you will be presented with the initiative petition. And the way the law works is you have the choice of passing that as written or setting a special election. And you have, I believe it's 20 days after you get it to pass it or not. And then an election would have to be set anywhere from 60 to 150 days. And it's my sense that it would pass. I have no doubt at all that the number of signatures will be sufficient to make the thing binding. And so I would rather have you guys pass a moratorium, which you could do pretty much on your own terms, and save the faulty rock doing all that. I got a little graphic. I hope you can see it. I just want to help you understand my thinking on this. It's like, this is a graph here that's fake news, source April Fools, fakenews.com. What if this was a projection of the impact of an extractive industry on our water system? Okay? And so here you've got this graph that shows the actual data from a couple of dry years, okay? And it's a projection. And this hasn't happened yet, so obviously the projection is not spot on. But the point is that the growth hasn't kept up with the projection. It's simple arithmetic. You've got this much water. If you get to this many taps, you wind up with your demand versus your supply. In these two bad years, the first year there's 3 months with no water. The next dry year there's 7 months with no water. Now, if this was based on what was going to happen from a fracking project or something, I have no doubt that you guys would be on top of it. There'd be letters written and lawyers hired, and you'd be ready to go to battle. Okay? It's not from a fracking project. It's actually a redo of this graph from a water report. Okay? I just put some color on it and changed the wording a little bit. But this is the engineer's projection from the GEI consultant's report. And that's the 89-90 dry year and various growth projections. Okay?
And when you sit down and look at it, even with the lowest projection of growth, which hasn't quite happened yet, you've got water outages and the next year worse. It's just a simple matter of waiting until you get that many taps on the line. I think the writing's on the wall. It's time to stop, quit digging the hole deeper. That's the first rule of holes. When you're in a hole, stop digging. And deal with supply. And perhaps you can buy back some taps from Art's Hole. I don't know. So that's it. You can pass it or you'll have it presented to the public in the form I've written it. And the operational details are that it's a moratorium until an engineer certifies that the system is operational to handle the load that exists in the foreseeable future without certain interruption. And if you want to sell more taps, the engineer needs to certify that the system is capable of handling X number of more taps without interrupting the supply to the existing tap owners. That seems pretty straightforward to me. That's the basics of it. So, thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Brewer?
I have some process questions. First of all, if we have a special election, how much does that cost us?
$5,000. $2,000 to $5,000.
Okay. And in the public meetings we've had about water, I think we really tried to be careful and take a very stepwise process to find out more clearly than previous reports where we're going and what we need to do. And I'd like to rely on that more current data than the past data. So in a sense, I feel a little railroaded by a proposal pushed into a moratorium that I'm not convinced that it's necessary. So that's just my opinion. Thanks.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments? Yes.
And I would tend to agree with Trustee Knudsen. Having read 1999, 2007, then read the 2000, the next one, and then read the one after that. That first study is enormously flawed. They couldn't even get the number of residents in the town right, much less their huge predictions. And then I've gone and looked at data since then. And even the lowest projection rate, in the last 5 years, the town actually lost population before it started to grow. And our current growth rate is only 1.1%, and it's only been for a year. So the projections are way off. The data is way off. And so to base anything off a 20-year-old study that's flawed doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. We've got an RFP we're putting out to get the whole system analyzed to do everything that you want done. And it's not going to take 5 years to get there. And I don't think we're going to have 250 taps in the next 5 years, or even in the next, until the study's done. We're not going to have the kind of growth that's going to put such a stress on the system that the system will be out of water. And in fact, as long as I've lived here, which is 17 years, the town has yet to run out of water except for breaks in the lines, which were an infrastructure problem, not a water supply problem. Do I think the day may come where we will have problems supplying water? Yes. Do I think that it's going to hit that before we get our study done? No. And I think it's creating a problem that does not currently exist with a solution that's a hammer when you need a screwdriver.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you can foresee the future so accurately. I don't have any idea what the growth is going to be in the future. And as far as the projections and stuff goes, like I say, to me it's just simple arithmetic. You put this many taps online, you have this much water you can expect on a dry year. Do the math. There have been numerous incidences that I'm aware of where the town has been that close to sucking air out of the water tanks for various reasons. I have been told by a reliable source that last summer the town actually purchased agricultural water to keep the system afloat. It may or may not be true, but that's what I've been told by a reliable source.
Trustee Bachman.
Let
Trustee Bachman, or, I'm sorry, Trustee Bachman. He is really getting close.
Two questions.
Trustee Bachman.
When and who?
I'm not going to tell you who it is.
Okay.
I think it was in August. So it may or may not be true. I don't know. But like I say, I think it's time to do this. We're going to let the public decide.
I mean, we can't make decisions based off of some unsubstantiated claim that you're making right here, right now, saying you heard from a reliable source.
I understand. I'm not
Yeah.
asking you to make a decision based on that. I'm telling you what I think is going on. You know, it's late. We all want to go home. You guys aren't going to take any action. We'll let the thing go forward and see how it goes.
The citizen initiative is clearly an option that every citizen has. And that clearly is an option that we have. I do agree with the comments that have been made that we are, in many respects, manufacturing a crisis. This issue has existed for 43 years. The last engineering report was 2004. So basically, all this information has been out there for 15 years. Is it a serious issue? Yes. Is it something that needs to be addressed? Yes. Is it being addressed? Yes. I mean, we have gone ahead and authorized a request proposal for an engineering study. That engineering study can take into account all the changes that have happened since 2004. They're substantial. The changes in the system itself is significant. Millions of dollars have pumped into the system. So the bottom line is we need to make decisions based upon current facts, not facts that are 15 or 20 years or 20 years old. So, you know, I do think the board is dealing with this in a responsible fashion, in a step-by-step fashion. I also think that there are some consequences to a moratorium that people have not thought about. And just for instance, we've got space to create. Space to create may very well require water taps. Is that project going to be abandoned with all the money that comes with that? We're going to let go of that because of a moratorium based upon they believe that information provided in 2004 may still be accurate. If you don't issue water taps, that doesn't mean that development won't happen. My concern is that the town is unable to issue water taps. People will go to the county and they'll say, gee, county, we can't get a water tap from the town, and we want to drill a well. And you start to see development right outside of town, in the county, as well as being drilled. So there are unforeseen consequences to the moratorium. Also, you can't tell people that own property, that are living in this town under the ordinance that says that they have to purchase a domestic water tap in the town. Sorry, you don't have water, your property is worthless. So there are a lot of consequences to a proposed moratorium. If the board were to consider that, there's a lot of things that have to be thought out and considered, and it seems to me, first and foremost, you need to have findings of fact, current findings of fact from qualified engineers to the current status, and that's exactly where we're headed.
So, to your point, your new study, the way I see it is basically you're betting if you can get 1 out of 3 studies, it will be different. You've got 2 studies that say you're in a hole. You're betting that you can get a new study that somehow says you're not an all. I don't think it's gonna happen.
Okay.
I don't know.
I believe in the state of Colorado, we have rules that say if you don't use your water, you can lose it. We passed a moratorium on the water, and yet we have water that we own, we're continuing to spill, other people can file on that. And at some point, we may not have that water anymore.
Did you have that concern for 3 years while 2 years while the water plant was shut down? The springs were still, and they weren't using them at all?
Well, obviously, Mr. Green, you know the answer to that, if you set up the border, they left us.
Right, and the fact that that was shut down was kept from the board.
Mr. I don't want to get back and forth, I don't want the board to get back and forth with you. Clearly, you have the initiative process, that's something clearly you can exercise, and the town will address it. I think at this juncture, the town has laid out a path for the wishes to follow. Now, based upon information that we've obtained, it may very well be something that's ultimately considered, but based upon the information we have now, it does not seem appropriate at all. I think Mr. Goldberg has been pretty clear that he believes that the town could service all 400 inactive caps now. Now, that is, and we are dumping a lot of water. We are, so, and I understand the issue.
I'm going to address that.
Now,
I'll
the issue now is Trevor, speaking right now.
We have 1 minute.
1 minute.
I'll take it. The leak that we had in that tank was analogous to those taps online.
Okay.
Okay, they would make an average 800,000 gallons a day. That was 100,000 gallon a day leak. That's basically the same ballpark. We're second here.
Mr. Burke, believe it or not, I actually appreciate you bringing whatever information you have forward. Because quite frankly, there's nothing wrong with having too much information. So to that extent, I appreciate your effort on this, but I think any kind of moratorium is premature.
Mayor, if I could move. Do not adjourn, but go for 10 minutes.
Okay, we have a motion to extend the meeting by 10 minutes. Do we have a second on that? Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. What I would suggest, Mr. Broder, and I think it's been a pretty good exchange between you and the members of the board, perhaps members of the public. We didn't vote. I thought we better. We usually need to go home. All in favor say aye. Aye. Good. Okay. So we got another 10 minutes. And my suggestion is would be that, there's been a exchange obviously between you and the board. Perhaps some input from citizens who wish to discuss this issue or comment on this issue for the board to be helpful. Do we have members of the public? Please, sir, come forward.
I would like to agree with Trustee Cook about you can't base this on conjecture or speculation, or you're absolutely right. And you're saying that the water study that you're working on right now is not going to take very long. It's 3 months, 6 months, a year. So what is the harm until that study is done and you have all your facts, putting a moratorium on water taps if it's going to happen that soon? And then you have your facts. I mean, I have this much money in my bank account. I have this much bills to pay. It's kind of the same math. And we don't know how much money we have in the bank account. But we do have a pretty good idea of what bills we have to pay with water taps that are out there and the ones that are existing. So do we have enough to cover that? And more. And we may. But until we know that, it probably wouldn't hurt to stop some water taps. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, maybe how many water taps we sold in the last year?
in the last year, 5, maybe 6. I mean,
Big years when they did silver.
yeah, Silverleaf was the large one, but that was done in 16. That was done before, well, actually it was paid for in 17 when I got here. They had been approved before that. We've had 2, 3, 4 minor subdivisions, 6, 7, 8, 9 to water companies, and now to 4. So I think it's probably been 10 since I've got here, in the 2.5 years I've been here.
Any other questions or comments from the public? Yes, please.
I'm just wondering if anybody here remembers a year that's wetter than the year we've had this year, 2019. Yeah? When was that?
Winter of 92.
92?
That's the year I moved here.
Yeah, it was wet.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments from members of the public? I'm not hearing any. Mr. Byrne, unless there's something new that you wish to add, I think we probably discussed the issue, at least at this point. Like I said, this is a situation where the board will continue to assess the situation.
Motion to adjourn.
I would entertain you motion. Everybody would appreciate it.
Well, we have a few committee reports, I just wanted to add something to that.
I think what we do with committee reports is we let those go.
Can I just add one thing? Do you mind if I just add one thing on that you might want to consider looking into what the issues with the moratorium would be, just or Mr. Nerlin might want to, just in case there is a significant interest, that you guys are kind of prepared with some background information on what that looks like.
Sure. Anything else? Was a motion to adjourn actually made?
Yes.
Was there a second? Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye.